Welcome to Jurassic Sleep, where ancient worlds of wonder await to guide you into peaceful slumber. Tonight, we'll journey through a land where dinosaurs roam freely, their gentle presence creating a sanctuary of calm and tranquility. After our story concludes, you'll hear soothing, fire-crackling sounds that will continue throughout the night, and there will be no ads to disturb your rest. Now, let's begin our journey into the serene landscapes of Jurassic Park. The golden glow of sunset had long faded from the sky, replaced by the deep indigo of twilight. A blanket of stars was emerging above the dense canopy of the forest, but on the ground, darkness enveloped everything. The outpost, a collection of prefabricated buildings nestled in a clearing, stood in unnatural silence. Without power, the usual hum of air conditioning units and security systems had ceased, leaving only the sounds of the prehistoric world to fill the void. Dr. Maya Reyes stood motionless at the edge of the compound, her experienced eyes scanning the tree line. As head ranger of Sector 7, she had spent years observing the island's most dangerous predators, developing an almost preternatural sense for their presence. And right now, every fiber of her being told her they were being watched. "She's out there," Maya whispered, her breath forming a small cloud in the cool night air. Northeast quadrant moving slowly along the perimeter fence. Beside her, 5 figures huddled close, their faces pale in the weak beam of the emergency flashlight. The evacuation team. 3 security personnel, a systems analyst, and a young technician who had been unfortunate enough to be running diagnostics when the power grid failed. "How long until extraction?" asked Gaza, the senior security officer, his hand resting instinctively on his tranquilizer rifle. Maya checked her watch, the luminous dial glowing faintly. "Helicopters due in 20 minutes. Landing zone is approximately half a mile from here, through the eastern service path." "Half a mile," echoed Eli Chen, the young technician. His voice cracked slightly, betraying the fear he was struggling to contain. "Through the forest? In the dark? With her out there?" Maya turned to face him directly, her expression calm but resolute. "Yes, and we're going to make it. All of us." Her tone left no room for doubt, though the reality of their situation was dire. The female Tyrannosaurus rex, designation matriarch, was the largest predator in this sector. Normally she kept to the northern valleys, but the power failure had disrupted the invisible sonic barriers that usually deterred dinosaurs from approaching human structures. Without those deterrents, the T-Rex had been drawn to the outpost by the movement, the unfamiliar smells, and most dangerously, the few emergency lights that still functioned on backup power. Like ancient beacons in the darkness, they were inadvertently signaling their presence to the greatest hunter the world had ever known. "We move in single file," Maya instructed, switching the flashlight to its dimmest setting. "I'll lead, Gaza takes the rear. Absolute silence from here on out. Communicate with hand signals only." She demonstrated a few simple gestures. "Stop, go, hide. If I signal hide, you freeze first, then find cover. Don't run until I give the signal." The group nodded, their faces set with grim determination. Each understood that panic was as dangerous as the predator herself. "Remember," Maya added, her voice dropping to barely above a whisper, "she hunts by movement and smell more than sight. Stay downwind when possible. And if she gets close..." She paused, meeting each person's gaze. "Become a statue, no matter how afraid you are." With those final instructions, Maya turned and led them toward the eastern path. The narrow service road was overgrown with ferns and low-hanging branches. Maintenance had become sporadic as funding for the park dwindled. Now, that neglect provided them with additional cover, the thick vegetation obscuring their movements from above. They had made it perhaps 200 yards when the first tremor ran through the ground. A subtle vibration at first, like the distant approach of a heavy vehicle, but there was nothing mechanical about the rhythmic thumps that followed, each one slightly stronger than the last. Thump, thump, thump. The group froze as one, a collective breath held in 6 pairs of lungs. Maya raised her fist, the signal to stop. Though it was unnecessary, no one dared move. Through the dense foliage to their right, a massive shape displaced the darkness. Even in the gloom, the silhouette was unmistakable. The powerful hind legs, the relatively small forearms, and the enormous head with its distinctive profile. Matriarch was moving parallel to their path, approximately 50 yards away, her enormous form pushing through the trees with surprising grace for a creature that weighed 7 tons. Maya slowly crouched, motioning for the others to do the same. They complied, sinking into the underbrush as silently as falling snow. Eli's hand trembled as he lowered himself, his knuckles white around the diagnostic tablet he still clutched. The device was powered down, but he kept it close. It contained the backup protocols that might help restore the main systems if they survived long enough to reach the emergency command center. For an excruciating minute, no one moved. The T-Rex had stopped as well, her massive head swinging slowly from side to side, testing the air. Though her eyesight was limited in the darkness, her other senses were preternaturally acute. She could detect the slightest movement, hear heartbeat from yards away, and smell fear as easily as humans smelled cooking food. And there was plenty of fear to smell. Despite their training, despite Maya's calm leadership, terror coursed through their veins like ice water. It was primal, unavoidable, the genetic memory of countless generations who had lived and died under the shadow of predators. The T-Rex tilted her head, nostrils flaring. For a heart-stopping moment it seemed she had detected them. Then, with a low rumble that vibrated through the earth, she turned away, continuing her patrol of the territory she now considered her domain. Maya waited until the footfalls had receded slightly before signaling them forward again. They rose in unison, movements deliberately slow, and resumed their careful progress along the path. Each step was placed with precision, avoiding dry twigs and crunching leaves that might betray their presence. The path curved ahead, following the contour of a shallow ravine. According to Maya's mental map, they were now halfway to the extraction point, a small clearing large enough for the helicopter to touch down. But the most dangerous part of their journey lay ahead. To reach the clearing, they would have to cross an exposed section of pathway, where a mudslide had swept away the protective foliage months ago. And worse, one of the malfunctioning floodlights was intermittently casting its harsh glow across this very area. Each time it sputtered to life, the open ground was illuminated for several seconds before plunging back into darkness. A strobe effect that would make them painfully visible if they were caught crossing. Maya held up her hand as they approached the edge of the tree line. Beyond, the barren stretch of mud and rock extended for about 30 yards, a distance that would typically take seconds to cross, but tonight those 30 yards might as well have been 30 miles. She turned to the group, bringing them into a tight huddle. "The light's on a pattern," she whispered, barely audible. "Approximately 20 seconds on, 40 seconds off. We'll cross in pairs during the dark intervals. Fast, but quiet. If the light comes on while you're exposed, freeze. Don't try to run for cover. Movement will draw her attention more than your silhouette. The group nodded, tension evident in their rigid postures. Maya paired them quickly, herself with Eli, since the young technician would need the most guidance, then the two other security officers, and finally Gaza with the systems analyst, Dr. Patel. "We go first," Maya said, gripping Eli's sleeve. "The moment the light goes out, we move." They didn't have to wait long. The floodlight, which had been casting its harsh glare across the muddy expanse, flickered and died, plunging the area into blessed darkness. Maya immediately pulled Eli forward, moving with the swift, sure steps of someone who had navigated this terrain countless times. The mud sucked at their boots, threatening to slow them down, or worse, create the distinctive squelching sound that would carry through the still night air. Maya compensated by keeping to the rocky edges where possible, Eli following her lead with admirable precision despite his fear. They were 2/3 of the way across when a low, resonant call echoed through the forest behind them. The T-Rex was vocalizing, not the full-throated roar popularized in movies, but a deeper, more nuanced sound used for long-distance communication. She was calling to another predator, perhaps a mate or offspring. The sound froze the blood in their veins, but Maya forced herself to keep moving, dragging Eli the final yards to the safety of the vegetation on the other side. Just as they reached cover, the floodlights sputtered back to life, bathing the exposed area in harsh white light. Maya pulled Eli down beside her, their backs pressed against a fallen log, breath coming in controlled, silent gasps. Across the open ground, the next pair, security officers Reed and Torres, were poised at the edge of the tree line, waiting for darkness to resume their crossing. But something was wrong. The light, which had been following a predictable pattern, remained on well past its usual 20 seconds. Maya's heart sank as she recognized the malfunction. The system was deteriorating further, the patterns becoming unpredictable. Reed and Torres were now stuck, unable to cross without exposing themselves. And worse, the extended illumination created a beacon that would inevitably draw the T-Rex's attention. As if summoned by her thoughts, a massive shadow appeared at the edge of the floodlight's reach. Matriarch had emerged from the forest about 100 yards north of their position, her scale-covered skin glistening in the artificial light. Her head was raised, sniffing the air with lethal curiosity, drawn by the light and perhaps by the subtle sense of human prey carried on the gentle night breeze. Maya signaled frantically to Reed and Torres to hold their position, to become part of the forest around them. They complied instantly, freezing in the shadow of a large fern. But the T-Rex was already moving in their direction, her massive legs carrying her with deceptive speed toward the light source. Beside Maya, Eli trembled, his breath coming in short, shallow bursts that threatened to become hyperventilation. She placed a steadying hand on his arm, squeezing gently, a reminder to control his fear. Then, reaching into her pocket, she withdrew a small object, a key fob-sized remote that controlled the maintenance vehicles parked back at the outpost. It was a desperate plan formed in the split second of realization that the T-Rex was heading directly toward their separated team members. With a silent prayer, Maya pressed the alarm button. In the distance, beyond the ridge they had traversed earlier, a faint but distinctive electronic beeping began. It was distant enough that it wouldn't immediately draw the T-Rex to their current position, but loud enough to pique the predator's interest. The effect was immediate. Matriarch's massive head swiveled toward the sound, her predatory instincts immediately assessing this new stimulus. For a heart-stopping moment she hesitated, caught between the visual draw of the floodlight and the auditory intrigue of the beeping vehicle. Then, with a low rumble that vibrated through the ground, she turned away from the exposed area, moving with purpose back toward the outpost. to investigate the new sound. Maya waited until the T-Rex had disappeared into the tree line before signaling Reed and Torres to cross. They moved immediately, sprinting across the open ground with reckless speed born of terror and relief. Behind them, Gaza and Dr. Patel also seized the opportunity, all four making it to Maya and Eli's position just as the distant vehicle alarm fell silent. "She'll be back," Maya whispered, her voice tight with controlled urgency. "We have less than 10 minutes now. The extraction point is just beyond that ridge." They moved as one unit now, abandoning some caution for speed. The path inclined upward, winding through a stand of ancient cycads whose serrated leaves brushed against their clothing as they passed. The ground beneath their feet transitioned from soft earth to rocky terrain, their footfalls creating unavoidable sounds that seemed thunderous in the tense silence. Behind them, a frustrated roar shattered the night. Matriarch had discovered the deception, finding an empty vehicle instead of the prey she sought, and now, enraged and hungry, she would be doubling back, following their scent trail with renewed determination. "Run," Maya ordered, abandoning whispers as the T-Rex's roar echoed through the forest. "Stay together, but run." They sprinted up the incline, hearts pounding, lungs burning with exertion and fear. The path narrowed as it approached the ridge, forcing them into single file. Maya led, with Eli close behind, followed by Torres, Reed, Dr. Patel, and Gaza bringing up the rear, occasionally glancing back to ensure nothing was gaining on them. As they crested the ridge, the extraction point came into view, a circular clearing approximately 50 yards in diameter, surrounded by dense forest on all sides except for the narrow access path they were now descending. In the center, a concrete landing pad was barely visible beneath encroaching vegetation, its surface cracked and weathered from years of neglect. The distinctive thump, thump, thump of helicopter blades reached their ears, faint at first, then growing steadily louder. A surge of hope gave them renewed energy as they pushed forward, scrambling down the rocky path toward the clearing. They were halfway across the open ground when the trees at the edge of the clearing exploded outward. Matriarch burst into the open, her massive form silhouetted against the night sky as she cut off their path to the landing pad. She had circled around, using instinct and knowledge of the terrain to anticipate their destination. "Back!" Maya shouted, but it was too late to retreat. The T-Rex let out a roar that seemed to shake the very air around them, her massive jaws opening to reveal rows of serrated teeth, each the size of a combat knife. They scattered instinctively, diving for cover at the edges of the clearing. Eli and Maya rolled beneath a fallen tree trunk, while the others disappeared into the underbrush on the opposite side. The T-Rex, momentarily confused by the dispersal of her prey, hesitated, her enormous head swinging from side to side as she decided which targets to pursue. The helicopter was visible now, its searchlight cutting through the darkness as it approached the clearing. But it was still a minute away from landing, and in that minute, they were the most vulnerable they had been all night. "We need to distract her," Maya breathed, her mind racing. "Give the chopper time to land." Beside her, Eli's face was pale with terror, but his eyes suddenly lit with realization. "My tablet," he whispered, pulling the device from his jacket. "It has an emergency beacon. High-frequency ping that might confuse her." Maya nodded. It was their only chance. "Activate it, then throw it as far from the landing pad as possible. If she follows it, we make for the chopper the instant it touches down." Eli's fingers trembled as he powered on the tablet, navigating to the emergency systems with remarkable composure considering the circumstances. The screen glowed blue in the darkness, illuminating their hiding place with dangerous light. The T-Rex immediately locked onto the new visual stimulus, her massive head turning toward their position with predatory focus. A low growl rumbled from her throat as she took a deliberate step in their direction, the ground trembling beneath her weight. "Now, Eli," Maya urged as the T-Rex began to move toward them. With shaking hands, Eli activated the beacon, a piercing electronic wail designed to carry for miles, and hurled the tablet with all his strength toward the far edge of the clearing. The device arced through the air, its screen a bright blue comet against the night sky, before disappearing into the dense vegetation. The effect on the T-Rex was immediate and dramatic. The high-frequency sound, painful to her sensitive hearing, caused her to rear back, shaking her massive head in confusion and discomfort. With a roar of frustration, she turned away from Maya and Eli, charging toward the source of the irritating sound. Above them, the helicopter had reached the clearing, its powerful searchlights sweeping across the chaos below. The pilot, seeing the massive predator, hesitated briefly before committing to the landing, bringing the aircraft down on the concrete pad with urgent precision. "Now," Maya shouted, pulling Eli to his feet. "Everyone, to the chopper!" They broke cover simultaneously, sprinting across the open ground toward the waiting helicopter. Its blades continued to rotate, kicking up a maelstrom of dust and plant debris that stung their eyes and tore at their clothing. The side door was already open, a crew member beckoning frantically from the relative safety of the aircraft. From the far side of the clearing came the sound of splintering trees and an enraged roar. Matriarch had found the tablet and destroyed it, silencing the painful beacon, and now with predatory swiftness, she was turning back toward her fleeing prey and the strange, noisy intruder that had entered her territory. Torres reached the helicopter first, practically diving through the open door. Reed followed, then turned to help Dr. Patel, who had fallen slightly behind. Garza had positioned himself between the group and the approaching T-Rex, his tranquilizer rifle aimed and ready, though they all knew it would do little more than anger the massive predator. Maya pushed Eli ahead of her, shielding him with her body as they closed the final distance to the helicopter. The downdraft battered them, nearly knocking them off their feet, but desperation lent them strength. Behind them, Matriarch charged across the clearing, her massive legs covering the ground with terrifying speed. Each footfall sent shockwaves through the earth, spurring them forward with primal fear. The distance between predator and prey was closing rapidly. Too rapidly. Eli stumbled on the edge of the landing pad, falling to one knee. Maya grabbed his collar, hauling him upright with adrenaline-fueled strength, and shoved him toward the waiting hands of the helicopter crew. He scrambled aboard, turning immediately to reach for Maya. She had just grasped his outstretched hand when the ground shook violently beneath her feet. Matriarch had closed the distance, her massive form now looming just yards away, jaws opening in anticipation of the kill. "Go, go, go!" Garza shouted from somewhere to her right, firing a tranquilizer dart that bounced harmlessly off the T-Rex's thick hide. Multiple hands reached from the helicopter, seizing Maya's arms and jacket, hauling her bodily into the aircraft as the pilot increased power to the engines. The helicopter lurched upward, narrowly escaping the snapping jaws that lunged for its landing struts. Matriarch's roar of frustration followed them into the sky as they ascended, circling once over the clearing before turning toward the mainland. Below, the massive predator paced in agitation, her domain once again hers alone, though denied the prey she had hunted with such determination. Inside the helicopter, the team collapsed against each other, breathing hard, bodies trembling with the aftermath of survival. No one spoke for long minutes, the reality of their narrow escape too immediate for words. Finally, Maya broke the silence, her voice steady despite the ordeal. "Status report. she said, falling back on protocol to ground herself. One by one, they responded, confirming what seemed miraculous. All 6 had escaped unharmed, save for minor scratches and the invisible but real wounds of trauma that would take longer to heal. The outpost? Dr. Patel asked, her scientific concern reasserting itself now that immediate danger had passed. Containment protocol will be initiated at dawn, the helicopter pilot informed them. Full power restoration and security sweep before any personnel are allowed to return. Maya nodded, leaning back against the vibrating wall of the aircraft, finally allowing her rigid posture to relax slightly. Beside her, Eli had fallen into an exhausted silence, his youthful face marked by an experience that had aged him in ways that couldn't be measured in years. She placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. "You did well," she said simply. "That beacon saved our lives." He managed a weak smile, nodding in acknowledgement of her praise. Then, looking out through the helicopter's window at the receding island, he asked the question that lingered in all their minds. "Will she be waiting if we go back?" Maya followed his gaze to the dark landmass, now visible only as a shadow against the star-filled horizon. "Yes," she answered truthfully. "She'll be waiting, but so will we, better prepared next time." As the helicopter continued its journey toward the mainland, carrying them back to safety and civilization, Maya's thoughts remained with the massive predator they had narrowly escaped. Matriarch wasn't evil or malicious. She was simply the perfect expression of millions of years of evolution. A hunter beyond compare in a world that humans had only borrowed, never truly tamed. And in the darkness of the island night, that perfect predator continued her patrol, her domain temporarily disturbed but ultimately unchanged, a queen of the twilight realm where humans ventured only as visitors, never as masters. The ancient trees swayed gently in the night breeze, their leaves whispering secrets as old as time itself. And beneath them, moving with surprising grace for a creature of such immense power, the Tyrannosaurus Rex continued her eternal hunt. Patience and instinct her greatest weapons in a game that had been played since the dawn of life on Earth. Of hunter and hunted. Of life balanced precariously on the edge of oblivion. In the helicopter, Maya closed her eyes, letting the rhythmic vibration of the engines and the soft conversation of her team wash over her. They had survived, not by outfighting or outrunning the greatest predator nature had ever created, but by understanding her, by respecting her power and adapting to her presence. It was a lesson as old as humanity itself, one that would serve them well when they inevitably returned to the island where dinosaurs ruled the twilight. The night sky stretched endlessly above them, stars twinkling with cold indifference to the drama that had unfolded beneath their eternal gaze. And somewhere in that vast darkness, a helicopter carried 6 humans away from an encounter with the past. 6 humans forever changed by their brush with the twilight of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. As the island receded into the distance, becoming nothing more than a dark shadow against the horizon, Maya felt a curious mixture of relief and longing. Relief to be leaving the danger behind, but also a strange emptiness, as if something profound had been left unfinished. Perhaps it was the knowledge that their escape had been as much due to luck as to skill, a sobering reminder of humanity's ultimate vulnerability despite all their technology and intelligence. Or perhaps it was something deeper, more primal, the ancient part of the human brain that had evolved alongside predators like Matriarch, the part that recognized and even respected the perfect killing efficiency that such creatures represented. The helicopter banked slightly, changing course toward the distant lights of the mainland facility. Inside, conversation had given way to exhausted silence, each survivor lost in their own thoughts, processing the night's events in their own way. Eli had fallen into a light doze, his head resting against the vibrating wall of the aircraft, the stress of their ordeal finally overtaking his adrenaline-fueled alertness. Dr. Patel was making notes in a small waterproof notebook she had somehow managed to keep throughout their desperate flight, ever the scientist, documenting observations that might prove valuable for future operations. The security personnel sat in professional silence, their training having prepared them for the danger, if not for the unique nature of the threat they had faced. Maya alone remained fully alert, her ranger's instincts still on high alert despite the growing distance between them and the island. She watched the dark water passing beneath them, occasional white caps visible in the moonlight, and thought about what awaited them upon their return. There would be debriefings, of course. Reports to file, systems to rebuild, decisions to make about the future of the outpost. The corporate overseers would want explanations, justifications for the equipment lost and the operations disrupted. They would question her decisions, second-guess her leadership during the crisis. But none of that mattered as much as the simple fact of survival. They had faced the night, faced the perfect predator that ruled it, and lived to see the dawn. In the end, that was the only metric that truly counted in the wild places of the world. As the first hints of daylight began to lighten the eastern horizon, Maya allowed herself to relax fractionally. They had survived the twilight of the T-Rex, a night that would remain etched in their memories for as long as they lived, a reminder of the thin veneer of control that humanity maintained over a world that had belonged to creatures like Matriarch long before humans drew their first breath. The helicopter continued toward the mainland, carrying its cargo of weary survivors toward safety, toward civilization, toward the illusion of control that humans had constructed to shelter themselves from the wild truth of nature. But part of each of them would remain forever on that island, in that clearing, standing in the shadow of the apex predator that had ruled the earth for millions of years before the first human ancestor stood upright. And in the growing light of dawn, that was perhaps the most profound lesson of all, that despite all their technology and intelligence, humans remained what they had always been. Clever mammals living in a world where greater powers had once ruled, and in some forgotten corners of the earth, ruled still. The twilight had passed, but its lessons would remain, carried in the hearts and minds of those who had glimpsed, however briefly, the awesome might of the past made present, in the form of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Dr. Samira Khatri's fingers hovered over the keyboard, hesitating for just a moment before executing the command. The system update had been scheduled for weeks, a routine maintenance procedure to optimize the security protocols throughout the research compound. Nothing out of the ordinary, just another line item on the endless checklist that came with working at the most advanced paleogenetic research facility in the world. Initiating system reboot in 3, 2, 1, she announced to the nearly empty control room. The few staff members still present at this late hour barely acknowledged her countdown, each absorbed in their own tasks. The main display flickered as the primary systems went offline for the scheduled 60-second reset. Emergency generators hummed to life, maintaining power to the essential systems. Life support for the specimens, minimal lighting, and the most critical security measures. Standard procedure. But as the seconds ticked by, something felt off. The auxiliary display that monitored containment protocols showed a sequence of green lights shifting to amber, then red, in a pattern that shouldn't have been possible with the redundancies built into the system. "That's not right," Samira muttered, her fingers flying across the keyboard. "Logan, are you seeing this?" Logan Chen, the night shift's tech specialist, rolled his chair closer, his usual laid-back demeanor dissolving as he registered the anomaly. The containment protocols are resetting to default factory settings. That shouldn't happen during a soft reboot. A cold weight settled in Samira's stomach. Which containment zones are affected? Logan's expression darkened as he pulled up the security grid. Sector C. All of it. The words hung in the air for a moment before their full implication hit. Sector C housed the velociraptors. 3 females and a male, among the most dangerous and intelligent predators ever to walk the earth. And according to the rapidly changing display before them, the electronic locks on their enclosures were about to disengage. "Override it!" Victor Najar, the senior researcher who had been silently reviewing data in the corner, was suddenly at their station, his voice sharp with urgency. "I'm trying," Samira responded, her fingers a blur across the keyboard. "The system isn't accepting manual commands during the reboot sequence." Logan grabbed the emergency phone, punching in the code for security. "This is Control. We have a containment failure imminent in Sector C. Initiate emergency lockdown procedures immediately." He listened for a moment, his face growing increasingly pale. "No, we can't override from here. The system is in reboot. You need to manually engage the backup locks. Now." The 3 of them watched in horrified silence as the security cameras in Sector C showed 2 security personnel racing toward the raptor enclosures. The guards moved with trained efficiency, but even on the grainy monitor, the tension in their movements was evident. They knew what they were up against. The first guard reached the control panel outside the main enclosure, swiping his access card and entering a command. For a moment, it seemed they might avert disaster. Then, the lights throughout the facility dimmed as the system reboot reached its critical phase. When the cameras came back online 5 seconds later, the scene had changed dramatically. The enclosure door stood open. The guards were retreating, weapons drawn, and darting between shadows with terrifying speed were the sinuous forms of the velociraptors, already free and moving with predatory purpose. "Full lockdown," Dr. Najar ordered, his voice strangely calm now that the worst had happened. "Seal every bulkhead, every door between Sector C and the rest of the facility." Logan was already inputting the commands, but the system responded with an error message: "Full lockdown, unconnectable during system reboot." The screen displayed a countdown, 43 seconds until system restoration. "We need to get everyone to secure areas," Samira said, activating the facility-wide communication system. "Attention all personnel, this is not a drill. We have a containment breach in Sector C. Velociraptors are loose in the compound. Proceed immediately to the nearest secure room and await further instructions. Security is responding. Repeat, this is not a drill." Her voice echoed through the corridors of the research compound, triggering a controlled but urgent movement of personnel toward designated safe rooms. But Samira knew the layout of the facility all too well. Not everyone would make it to safety in time. The raptors were already moving through Sector C, and the connecting hallways to the main research wing provided a direct path to where most of the night staff would be working. "How many people are still in the building?" Dr. Najar asked, his composure belying the gravity of the situation. Logan pulled up the personnel tracking system. 17 total, 4 in Sector C, the 2 security guards we saw, plus Dr. Levine and his assistant in the genetics lab. The rest are spread throughout the main wing. "And us," Samira added grimly. "We make 20. The system countdown reached 0, and the main displays flickered back to life as the reboot completed. But the damage was done. 4 highly intelligent predators were now loose in a facility designed for scientific research, not containing escaped dinosaurs. Logan immediately attempted to engage the full lockdown protocol now that the system was back online, but a new error message appeared. Man who read only. Required. At Sector C Control Station. The system had registered the open enclosures as a physical breach, not an electronic one, and safety protocols demanded on-site confirmation before sealing the entire facility. We need to reach the Sector C Control Station, Logan said, stating the obvious. Dr. Najjar shook his head. Too dangerous. We stay here and coordinate the response. Security will handle the raptors. But even as he spoke, the security camera feeds from Sector C showed a grim reality. One guard was down, motionless on the floor of the enclosure area. The other was backed against a wall, firing his non-lethal tranquilizer gun at a raptor that dodged with uncanny speed, the dart embedding harmlessly in the wall behind it. Moments later, a second raptor appeared from the side, and the feed showed static as the camera was destroyed in the ensuing attack. The three of them watched in silence, the control room suddenly feeling much smaller, much more vulnerable than it had moments before. We need to warn Dr. Levine, Samira said, breaking the stunned silence. She tried the direct line to the genetics lab but received no response. They might not realize how close they are to the raptors. The facility map on the main display showed the genetics lab just one corridor away from where they had last seen the raptors. And worse, the lab was located directly between the predators and the main research wing, where the rest of the staff would be seeking shelter. Logan pulled up the camera feed from the genetics lab. Dr. Levine and his assistant, a medical student named Mike Hewen who was interning for the summer, were visible, working calmly, apparently unaware of the danger. Their lab was soundproofed for sensitive acoustic experiments. "I'm gonna get them," Samira decided, rising from her station. "That's suicide," Dr. Najjar countered. "Security will handle this. We need to coordinate from here." "Security is down," Samira responded, gesturing to the blank monitor where they'd last seen the guards. "And if we don't get Levine and Mike out of there, they're going to find themselves face to face with 4 velociraptors. I know the back routes through the service corridors. I can reach them before the raptors do." Logan stood as well. "I'm going with you. You'll need someone who can operate the security systems if we encounter the raptors." Dr. Najjar looked like he wanted to object further, but years of leadership had taught him when to recognize a lost argument. "Take these," he said, opening a drawer and removing 2 tablets. "They're linked to the security system. You can monitor the camera feeds and control any doors that are still on the network." Samira and Logan took the tablets, quickly checking their functionality. "We'll lead Levine and Mike back through the service corridors to secure Room 2, Samira said, outlining their plan. "It's closer than trying to make it all the way back here. I'll coordinate with the other staff and make sure everyone is accounted for," Dr. Najjar promised. "And I'll keep trying to reach the mainland for emergency response." He hesitated, then added, "Be careful. These aren't normal animals. They're smarter than we give them credit for." With a nod of acknowledgement, Samira and Logan exited the control room, the reinforced door hissing shut behind them. The main corridor stretched before them, eerily quiet now that most staff had reached secure areas. The emergency lighting cast alternating patches of light and shadow, giving the familiar hallway an ominous quality. "Service entrance is this way," Samira whispered, leading them toward a nondescript door marked maintenance only. She swiped her access card and they slipped inside, entering a narrow utility corridor that ran parallel to the main hallways. These service passages were designed for maintenance workers to access the facility's infrastructure without disrupting the scientific work or being contaminated by it. They were cramped utilitarian spaces filled with pipes, conduits, and junction boxes, lit by widely spaced LED strips that provided just enough illumination to navigate by. We can follow this all the way to junction SJ17, then cut across to the genetics lab, Samira explained in a hushed tone as they moved swiftly through the narrow space. Assuming the raptors don't figure out these passages exist. Logan checked his tablet, cycling through camera feeds. No sign of them in the main corridors near the genetics lab yet, but they're moving methodically through Sector C. It's almost like... He trailed off, his expression troubled. Like what? Samira prompted, not slowing her pace. Like they're hunting as a coordinated pack, not just randomly exploring. Look. He held up the tablet, showing a feed where two raptors were visible at a corridor intersection. One would move forward, check an area, then retreat, while the other advanced in a different direction. Their movements were deliberate, systematic. They're clearing the area, Samira realized, like a tactical team. Logan nodded grimly. Dr. Wu always said they were intelligent, but this is something else. They're not just reacting to freedom, they're executing a strategy. The implication hung heavy in the confined space of the service corridor. They weren't just dealing with dangerous animals, they were facing intelligent predators that could plan, adapt, and potentially anticipate human responses. They reached junction SJ17, a small hub where several service corridors intersected near the genetics wing. Samira consulted the tablet map, then pointed to a service door. Through here, then left to the genetics lab's rear entrance. It's an emergency exit, but my access card should override the alarm. Logan nodded, but his attention was fixed on his tablet. Wait, he whispered urgently. Look at the main corridor camera. Samira peered at the screen and felt her blood run cold. The female raptor designated Echo, recognizable by the distinctive stripe pattern on her flanks, was moving slowly down the main corridor toward the genetics lab. Her head swiveled from side to side, testing the air with flared nostrils, claws clicking rhythmically on the polished floor tiles. Echo paused at each door, examining it briefly before moving on. She's checking every room, Logan whispered, methodically. We need to move faster, Samira urged, pushing through the service door. The utility corridor gave way to a short connecting hallway that led to the genetics lab's emergency exit. They moved as quickly as they dared, trying to balance speed with silence. Reaching the emergency door, Samira swiped her card and entered her PIN. The door unlocked with a soft click that seemed thunderous in the tense silence. She eased it open, revealing the familiar confines of the genetics lab. Dr. Levine was hunched over a microscope, while Mike was carefully transferring samples between refrigerated containers. Neither looked up at first, accustomed to colleagues coming and going. David, Samira called softly, using Dr. Levine's first name to catch his attention without alarming him unnecessarily. Mike, we need to leave. Right now! Dr. Levine looked up, irritation flashing across his features before he registered the urgency in Samira's expression. What's happened? Containment breach in Sector C, Logan explained tersely. All 4 raptors are loose. One is heading this way right now. Mike's hands froze in the midst of his task, eyes widening. The raptors? Here? We need to go, Samira insisted. Right now, through this door. We'll take the service corridors to secure room 2. Dr. Levine hesitated, glancing at his work. I need to secure these samples. They're irreplaceable. David, Samira's voice was firm. We have maybe 2 minutes before that raptor reaches this lab. The samples aren't worth your life. A sudden metallic rattle from the lab's main door made them all freeze. The handle jiggled as if someone, or something, was testing it. Logan checked his tablet, switching to the camera feed from the corridor outside. Echo stood at the door, one clawed hand extended toward the handle, head tilted in an almost contemplative pose. "She's trying the door," he breathed, disbelief coloring his tone, despite the evidence before his eyes. The handle rattled again, more insistently this time. Then, to their horror, Echo's head turned directly toward the camera, as if she sensed she was being watched. Her mouth opened in a silent hiss, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. "She knows we're watching her," Mike whispered, his academic fascination momentarily overriding his fear. "Move, now!" Samira's command broke the spell. She ushered the others toward the emergency exit, while Logan kept his eyes fixed on the tablet. Just as they reached the door, a new sound reached them, a high-pitched, trilling call from the corridor outside. Echo had vocalized, and moments later, a second raptor appeared on the camera feed, approaching from the opposite direction. "They're coordinating," Logan said, calling for backup. The four of them slipped through the emergency exit, Samira carefully closing it behind them. They hurried down the connecting hallway toward the service corridor junction, moving as quietly as possible. "These service corridors run throughout the facility," Samira explained in hushed tones. "We can use them to reach secure room 2 without entering the main hallways." They had just reached the junction when a loud crash echoed through the service door they had left ajar. The unmistakable sound of the genetics lab's main door being forced open. The raptors had breached the lab. "Run," Logan urged, no longer concerned with silence over speed. They raced through the service corridor, the confined space making it impossible to move as quickly as they would have liked. Behind them, another sound rose, the raptor's hunting call, followed by the clatter of overturned equipment as the predators investigated the now empty lab. "They'll pick up our scent," Dr. Levine panted as they ran. "These service corridors aren't scent-sealed like the main facility." He was right, Samira realized with growing dread. The ventilation systems in the service corridors circulated air throughout the entire network. If the raptors caught their scent in the lab, they could potentially follow it right to them. "We need to split up," Logan suggested, checking his tablet as they ran. "Confuse them." "Bad idea," Mike countered immediately. "They're pack hunters. Splitting up is exactly what they want. They'll pick us off one by one." A distant sound from behind them settled the argument. The unmistakable click of raptor claws on the service corridor floor. The predators had found the emergency exit and were now in pursuit. "Junction ahead," Samira called. "Logan, can you seal any doors behind us?" Logan consulted his tablet as they ran. Most of the service doors aren't networked for security, just access logging, but... His expression brightened. "The fire suppression system is. I can trigger the emergency bulkheads." They reached the junction, a wider area where 4 service corridors met with a small maintenance terminal built into one wall. Logan immediately set to work on the terminal while the others caught their breath. "The bulkheads are designed to contain fires by sealing off sections of the service corridors," he explained, fingers flying over the touchscreen. "If I trigger a false alarm in the section we just came through..." The distant sound of raptor claws grew louder, accompanied by the eerie trilling calls as the predators communicated with each other. "Hurry," Dr. Levine urged, eyes fixed on the dark corridor behind them. "Got it," Logan announced. He pressed a final command and an alarm began to sound, localized to the section of service corridor they had just traversed. Almost immediately, heavy metal bulkheads began to descend from the ceiling at regular intervals, designed to contain fires, or in this case, pursuing predators. A screeching call of frustration echoed down the corridor, followed by the sound of a heavy impact as one of the raptors collided with a descending bulkhead. "They won't hold them for long," Samira warned. "They'll find another route. We need to keep moving." With Logan leading the way, consulting the facility map on his tablet, they continued through the service corridors. Their path took them deeper into the facility, away from the genetics wing and toward the central research areas, where Secure Room 2 was located. The service corridors grew narrower and less well-maintained as they moved into older sections of the facility. Dust covered unused equipment and the lighting was patchier, creating disorienting transitions between light and shadow. "How much further?" Mike asked, his initial terror having settled into a focused alertness. Logan checked the map. "We need to follow this corridor to junction SJ24, then take the northeast passage. That will lead us directly to the maintenance access for Secure Room 2. He studied the screen more closely, then frowned. "But we have a problem. The northeast passage is showing as blocked. Maintenance issue from last week that hasn't been fixed." "What's our alternative?" Dr. Levine asked. Logan traced a detour on the map. "We'll have to go through junction SJ25 and take the long way around. It adds about 10 minutes to our route." Samira consulted her own tablet, cycling through the available camera feeds. Most of the service corridors weren't monitored, but she could see the adjacent main hallways. "The raptors have split up," she reported grimly. "Two are still near the genetics lab, probably trying to find a way past the bulkheads. But the other two," she paused, switching to another camera. "They're in the main corridor that runs parallel to our position." "They're anticipating our route," Dr. Levine observed, the scientist in him momentarily overriding his fear. "They've divided to cut off potential escape paths." "Or they're herding us," Mike suggested, his voice barely above a whisper. "Driving us where they want us to go." The idea sent a chill through the group. Were they being manipulated by predators that had evolved to hunt in coordinated packs? It seemed impossible, yet the evidence was becoming difficult to dismiss. "Let's keep moving," Samira decided. "Logan, find us another route, one the raptors wouldn't expect." Logan studied the facility map, tracing alternative paths with his finger. "The maintenance shafts," he suggested after a moment. "They're not on the main blueprints, but they connect most of the major junctions. They were designed for accessing the electrical and plumbing systems." "How do we access them?" Dr. Levine asked. "There's an entrance panel in the ceiling at each junction," Logan explained. "They're narrow, but we should be able to crawl through them." They continued to junction 024, moving with renewed caution. The maintenance shaft access panel was visible in the ceiling, a square metal plate with a simple latch mechanism. Logan, being the tallest, was able to reach it by standing on tiptoe. "I'll go first," he decided, pushing the panel aside to reveal a dark, confined tunnel barely large enough for an adult to crawl through. Using a nearby stack of supply crates as a makeshift step, he hoisted himself up into the opening, then turned to help the others. Mike went next, then Dr. Levine, who required both Logan and Mike to pull him up due to his less athletic build. Samira was about to follow when a sound froze her in place. The soft click of raptor claws on the floor, coming from the corridor they had just traversed. "Samira," Logan hissed from above, extending his hand. With a surge of adrenaline, Samira leapt, grasping Logan's outstretched arm. As he pulled her upward, she glimpsed movement at the far end of the corridor. A sleek, scaled form entering the junction, amber eyes reflecting the emergency lighting. Logan helped her into the maintenance shaft, and together they slid the access panel back into place just as the raptor entered the junction fully. Through a small gap where the panel didn't quite align with the ceiling, Samira could see the predator below, the male, designated Charlie by the research team. His head swiveled from side to side, nostrils flaring as he tested the air. The four humans remained absolutely still, barely daring to breathe as Charlie investigated the junction. He circled the area methodically, head low to the ground, tracking their scent. When he reached the stack of crates they had used to access the maintenance shaft, he paused, head tilting upward. For a heart-stopping moment, his gaze seemed to fix directly on the access panel behind which they hid. Then, with deliberate movements, he began to nudge the crates with his head, toppling the stack. "He's figuring it out," Logan breathed, the words barely audible. But before Charlie could investigate further, a trilling call echoed from one of the adjoining corridors. He immediately responded with a call of his own, then, after a final glance upward, left the junction to join his packmate. "That was too close," Samira whispered once the raptor was out of sight. "They're definitely communicating, coordinating their search." "Which means we don't have much time," Logan said. "These maintenance shafts run all the way to the central research wing. We need to keep moving." The shafts were cramped, dusty, and claustrophobic, clearly not designed for human passage except in emergencies. They crawled in single file, Logan leading with his tablet providing minimal illumination, the others following closely to avoid being separated in the maze of narrow tunnels. The air was stale, carrying the metallic tang of the facility's electrical systems and the musty scent of infrequently disturbed dust. Every sound seemed amplified in the confined space. Their breathing, the rustle of clothing, the faint creak of the metal as it bore their weight. "How much further?" Dr. Levine asked, after they had been crawling for what felt like an eternity. The older scientist was struggling with the physical demands of their escape route, his breathing labored in the stifling air of the shaft. Logan consulted his tablet. "We're approaching junction SJ26. From there we can access the main research wing and reach secure room 2. They continued forward, eventually reaching a point where the shaft widened slightly into a junction of its own. Logan paused, studying the map. "We need to take the right branch. It leads directly to the access panel above the research wing's east corridor." As they prepared to continue, a distant sound reached them, a metallic scraping from somewhere behind them in the shaft network. "What was that?" Mike whispered, voice tight with renewed fear. They listened intently, and the sound came again, more distinct this time, metal against metal, followed by a low, chittering vocalization that could only belong to a velociraptor. "They've found the maintenance shafts," Samira realized, "probably at another junction." "Move," Logan urged quickly. They scrambled through the right branch, abandoning stealth for speed. The shaft narrowed again, forcing them to crawl on hands and knees, the metal cool beneath their palms. Behind them, the sounds of pursuit grew louder, the unmistakable scrape of raptor claws on metal, punctuated by hunting calls that echoed eerily through the confined space. Logan reached the access panel first, pushing against it with growing urgency. "It's stuck," he grunted, shoving harder. "Something's blocking it from the other side." Dr. Levine, Mike, and Samira caught up, crowding around him in the narrow space. The sounds of pursuit were growing closer, the raptors moving faster through the shaft than the humans had. "Together," Samira suggested. "All of us at once." The four of them positioned themselves as best they could in the cramped space and pushed against the access panel simultaneously. For a moment it held firm. Then, with a screech of protesting metal, it gave way, swinging open to reveal the east corridor of the research wing below. They scrambled out in quick succession, Logan first, then helping the others down. The corridor was empty, the rest of the staff presumably already in secure rooms. Emergency lighting cast alternating patches of light and shadow across the polished floor, giving the familiar space an alien quality. Secure Room 2 is just around the corner, Logan said, already moving. We need to hurry. They had taken only a few steps when a metallic crash sounded behind them. A raptor bursting through the access panel they had just used, landing gracefully despite the drop. It was Delta, the smallest but most agile of the pack, her scales gleaming in the emergency lighting. "Run!" Samira shouted, abandoning any pretense of stealth. They sprinted down the corridor, feet pounding on the hard floor. Behind them, Delta shrieked, not in pursuit, but in communication. Seconds later, another hunting call answered from somewhere ahead of them. They rounded the corner and skidded to a halt. Blocking their path, directly in front of the entrance to Secure Room 2, stood Charlie, the male raptor they had seen earlier. He had anticipated their route, using the main corridors to intercept them, while Delta herded them from behind. "Inside," Mike whispered, pointing to a laboratory door on their right. "Quick." They ducked into the lab, Logan securing the door behind them. It was a standard research space. Workbenches lined with equipment, computers, and specimens. Unlike the genetics lab, this one contained no irreplaceable samples, instead focusing on data analysis. "We're trapped," Dr. Levine stated the obvious, leaning against a workbench to catch his breath. "Maybe not," Samira replied, quickly scanning the room. Her gaze settled on a heavy cabinet against one wall. "Help me move this in front of the door. It won't stop them for long, but it might buy us enough time to find another way out." Logan and Mike immediately moved to assist, pushing the cabinet across the floor to barricade the entrance. The metal door shuddered as something heavy slammed against it from the outside, a raptor testing the barrier. "Another exit?" Dr. Levine asked, already searching the lab. "Ventilation system," Logan suggested, pointing to a large vent near the ceiling. "It connects to the central air circulation. We might be able to reach the secure room that way." The door shuddered again, the impact stronger this time. The cabinet slid a few inches, the raptor's strength proving greater than they had anticipated. They didn't have much time. Mike grabbed a chair, positioning it beneath the vent. Using a screwdriver from a nearby toolset, he quickly removed the vent cover, revealing a square opening just large enough for a person to squeeze through. "I'll go first," he volunteered. "I'm the smallest. I can help pull the rest of you up." No one argued. With Logan giving him a boost, Mike climbed into the vent, then turned to reach back for the others. Dr. Levine went next, struggling with the tight fit, but managing to squeeze through with Mike and Logan's combined assistance. The door crashed inward suddenly, the cabinet tipping over as Delta forced her way into the lab. Samira and Logan backed away, putting a workbench between themselves and the predator. Delta advanced slowly, head low, evaluating them with intelligent eyes. Behind her, Charlie appeared in the doorway, blocking any hope of escape in that direction. "The tranquilizer case," Samira whispered, barely moving her lips. "Under the workbench. Emergency protocol." Logan's eyes flicked downward briefly, noting the red case secured to the underside of the bench. All research labs were equipped with emergency tranquilizers in case of specimen escape, a precaution that now seemed prescient. Delta took another step forward, her claws clicking on the laboratory floor. She was in no rush, aware that her prey was cornered. Charlie remained at the door, ensuring they couldn't double back. In a single fluid motion, Logan ducked down, unclipped the tranquilizer case and flipped it open. Inside was a spring-loaded injector, a last resort tool designed to deliver a powerful sedative at close range. Delta shrieked and lunged just as Logan rose with the injector in hand. Samira shoved a rolling chair into the raptor's path, momentarily disrupting her attack. It was enough of a distraction for Logan to sidestep and jab the injector against Delta's flank as she passed. The raptor whirled, tail whipping around to strike Logan across the chest and send him sprawling. But the damage was done. The sedative was already entering her bloodstream. She staggered slightly, shaking her head as if to clear it. "The vent!" Mike called from above. "Hurry!" Charlie, seeing his packmate in distress, entered the lab fully now, advancing with menacing intent. Samira helped Logan to his feet, and together they backed toward the vent, never taking their eyes off the predators. Delta's movements were becoming sluggish as the sedative took effect, but Charlie was still very much alert, his focus locked on the two remaining humans. He tensed, preparing to spring, when a loud alarm suddenly blared throughout the facility, momentarily disorienting both humans and dinosaurs alike. "Emergency protocol engaged," announced an automated voice over the facility's speaker system. "Full containment measures activated in all sectors." From the ceiling, metal shutters began to descend, the facility's last resort method of compartmentalizing in case of catastrophic breach. They were designed to create sealed zones that could be individually secured, or if necessary, subjected to extreme containment measures. "Now!" Samira shouted, practically throwing Logan toward the vent. Mike and Dr. Levine reached down, grabbing his arms and hauling him upward, just as Charlie lunged. The raptor's jaws snapped shut inches from Logan's legs as he was pulled to safety. Samira was already scrambling onto the chair, reaching for the hands extended down toward her. Charlie recovered instantly, leaping at her with predatory precision. In a desperate move, Samira pushed off the chair with all her strength, surging upward as Charlie's claws raked the air where she had been an instant before. Multiple hands grabbed her arms, shoulders, clothing, pulling her into the vent as the raptor crashed into the wall below. The descending security shutter continued its implacable downward movement, now just feet above the floor. Charlie, realizing his prey was escaping, leapt again, trying to force his way into the vent, but the opening was too small, the angle too awkward. His claws scrabbled at the edge of the vent as the humans pulled themselves deeper into the ventilation system. The shutter touched the floor with a definitive thud, sealing the lab and the raptors inside. Through the ventilation shaft, they could hear Charlie's furious screeching, the sound gradually fading as they crawled away from the danger. Dr. Najjar must have activated the emergency containment system from the control room, Samira said as they moved through the ventilation shaft. Those shutters will keep the raptors isolated until security can deal with them, if they don't figure out how to override the system. Logan added grimly, "I wouldn't put it past them at this point." They continued through the ventilation system, following Logan's directions based on his tablet's facility map. After several minutes of uncomfortable crawling, they reached another vent opening. "Secure room 2 should be directly below us," Logan confirmed, consulting the map one final time. Mike removed the vent cover, and they peered down into a room where about a dozen staff members were gathered, tension evident in their postures despite the relative safety of their surroundings. Dr. Najjar was among them, coordinating response efforts via a communication terminal. "Room for 4 more?" Samira called down, causing several startled faces to look upward. Within minutes, they had been helped down into the secure room, the vent cover replaced and reinforced as an extra precaution. The atmosphere was one of controlled urgency as Dr. Najjar briefed them on the situation. "Mainland response teams have been deployed," he informed them. "Etta 30 minutes. I've activated the emergency containment protocol, which has sealed off all sections of the facility with pressure-sensitive flooring. Any section with raptor movement has been isolated." "What about the other staff?" Samira asked, accepting a bottle of water from a colleague. All accounted for except 2 security personnel from Sector C, Dr. Najjar replied, his expression grim. We have to assume they didn't make it. A sobering silence fell over the group, the reality of their situation sinking in anew. 2 colleagues lost, and they had barely escaped with their own lives. The containment measures will hold, Dr. Najjar continued after a moment. The facility was designed with multiple redundancies, specifically to handle situations like this. He didn't state the obvious, that no one had actually expected to test those redundancies against the full cunning of the velociraptors. Logan was reviewing security feeds on a monitor, tracking the raptors' movements throughout the facility. They're still active in 3 separate sections, he reported. Delta is down from the tranquilizer, but the other 3 are systematically testing the containment shutters. The group gathered around the screen, watching with a mixture of scientific fascination and primal fear as the raptors investigated their surroundings. Charlie, in particular, seemed to be examining the control panel next to one of the sealed doors, his head tilting as he studied the illuminated buttons. Is he, Mike began, unable to complete the question, trying to understand how to open it? Dr. Levine finished for him. Yes, I believe he is. Their problem-solving abilities are extraordinary, far beyond what we documented in controlled tests. That's because we never truly tested them, Samira said quietly. All our experiments were designed within parameters we established. We never gave them a real-world problem to solve, like escaping confinement or hunting humans in a complex environment. The implications of her statement hung heavy in the air. They had underestimated these creatures, perhaps fatally for the 2 security personnel who hadn't made it to safety. On the monitor, Charlie had moved from the control panel to the shutter itself, examining the seam where it met the floor. His claws scraped experimentally at the edge, testing for weakness. "Erbuig won't get through," Dr. Najjar assured them. "Those shutters are reinforced steel, designed to contain much larger specimens than velociraptors." "It's not the strength of the shutters I'm worried about," Logan replied, pointing to another feed where the female designated Blue was in a laboratory similar to the one they had escaped from. "It's their adaptability." Blue was moving methodically through the lab, examining equipment and supplies with what could only be described as deliberate interest. As they watched, she nudged a canister of compressed air with her snout, causing it to roll across a countertop and fall to the floor with a clang. "What is she doing?" someone asked. Logan's expression darkened. "Learning, experimenting with her environment." Dr. Levine nodded in agreement. Raptors were already intelligent by dinosaur standards. Our genetic modifications only enhanced those capabilities. They're curious, adaptable, and now they're in an environment rich with new stimuli. On a different monitor, the 3rd female, Echo, was visible in a corridor intersection, her head raised as if listening. She made a series of short, sharp vocalizations, then tilted her head, as if waiting for a response. "She's calling to the others," Mike observed. "Even though they're separated by the containment shutters, they're still trying to coordinate." "Can they hear each other through the shutters?" Samira asked. Dr. Najjar shook his head. "The shutters are designed to be soundproof to prevent stress responses between specimens, but..." He paused, considering. "The ventilation system could potentially carry sound between contained areas." The realization sent a chill through the group. The same ventilation system they had used to escape could be allowing the raptors to maintain pack communication despite physical separation. "Mainland response is 20 minutes out," a technician announced from the communication station. "They're sending a full containment team with heavy tranquilizers and extraction equipment." Those 20 minutes felt like an eternity as they continued to monitor the raptor's activities throughout the facility. Each predator seemed to be systematically exploring its confined area, examining potential exits and available resources with unnerving intelligence. Blue had discovered the ventilation access in her section and was studying it with intense focus, occasionally rising on her hind legs to sniff at the opening. Charlie had abandoned the shutter and was investigating the emergency equipment locker in his section. Echo had taken up a position directly beneath a security camera, head tilted upward, as if aware she was being observed. "They know we're watching them," Dr. Levine said softly. "Look at Echo. She's positioning herself deliberately in the camera's field of view." "But why?" Mike wondered. "What advantage does that give her?" "Information," Samira replied. "Every time we react to their actions, they learn something about us, about this facility, about the systems that contain them." Another technician interrupted, her voice tight with concern. "Dr. Najjar, I'm getting unusual readings from Sector D3D. The environmental controls are cycling irregularly." Logan immediately pulled up the feed from that sector. Delta, who should have been unconscious from the tranquilizer, was nowhere to be seen. Instead, the camera showed an empty laboratory. One of the workbenches overturned, equipment scattered across the floor. "Where is she?" Dr. Najjar demanded, leaning closer to the screen. The answer came a moment later, as the camera feed from a connecting corridor showed Delta moving with purpose, her gait slightly unsteady but determined. The tranquilizer had affected her, but not incapacitated her completely, either due to her unique physiology or an insufficient dosage. "She's heading toward the central environmental control junction," Logan realized, consulting the facility map. "If she damages the wrong components, we could lose containment throughout the facility," Dr. Najjar finished grimly. "The emergency power might interpret it as a critical system failure and release the shutters to prevent asphyxiation of personnel." The weight of this possibility settled over the group. The response team was still 15 minutes out, and their secure room suddenly felt much less secure. "We need to stop her," Samira decided, rising from her seat, "before she compromises the environmental systems." "And how exactly do you propose to do that?" Dr. Levine asked incredulously. "We barely escaped with our lives last time." Logan was already checking the security layout of the route between their secure room and the environmental control junction. The door to this room exits into junction E4. From there, it's a straight path through 2 shutter sections to reach the environmental controls. We could use the security protocols to open and close the shutters in sequence, creating a secure corridor ahead of us and sealing it behind us. "That's insane," one of the technicians protested. "You'd be deliberately leaving the safety of the secure room. If Delta compromises the environmental controls, this secure room won't matter," Samira countered. "The whole facility could lose containment." Dr. Najjar studied the security feeds, his expression troubled as he weighed the options. Finally, he nodded. "Logan's plan is sound, but risky. I won't order anyone to go." "I'll go," Logan volunteered immediately. "I know the security systems better than anyone here. I can operate the shutters remotely from my tablet." "You'll need someone to watch your back," Samira added. "I'm going too." Mike stepped forward. 3 is better than 2. I've had emergency response training from my medical program." Dr. Levine remained seated, making no move to join the volunteer party. No one judged him for it. The older scientist had already survived more than enough for one night. Dr. Najjar provided them with fresh tablets, linked to the security system, and a single tranquilizer gun with 2 darts, the only weapon available in the secure room's emergency kit. "Be careful," he warned. "These raptors have proven far more resourceful than we ever anticipated. They synchronized their tablets, reviewing the plan one final time. The route was clear. Exit the secure room, proceed through junction E4, open the first containment shutter, close it behind them, then repeat the process to reach the environmental control junction. Simple in theory, but with Delta actively moving through the facility, potentially communicating with her packmates through the ventilation system, the risk was substantial. "Ready?" Logan asked, finger hovering over the button that would unlock the secure room's door. Samira and Mike nodded, their expressions resolute. With a deep breath, Logan activated the door release, and the heavy security barrier slid open. Junction E4 was deserted, the emergency lighting casting alternating patterns of light and shadow across the intersection of 4 corridors. They moved cautiously, Logan in the lead with his tablet, Samira behind him with the tranquilizer gun, and Mike bringing up the rear, constantly checking behind them. "First shutter ahead," Logan whispered, indicating a heavy metal barrier that blocked the corridor leading to the environmental controls. "I'm opening it now." He entered the command on his tablet, and with a soft hydraulic hiss, the shutter began to rise. They waited tensely, weapons ready, but the corridor beyond was empty. "Movement in section C7, Mike reported, checking his tablet. "Echo is on the move. She's heading toward the ventilation junction that connects to this sector." "She might have heard the shudder," Samira suggested. "They've been communicating through the ventilation system." "Let's move," Logan urged, "before she finds a way to reach us." They hurried through the opening, and Logan immediately triggered the shutter to close behind them. The corridor ahead stretched about 30 meters to the next shutter, its clinical white walls now ominous in the emergency lighting. They had covered perhaps half the distance when a sound froze them in place, the soft click of raptor claws on flooring, coming from somewhere ahead. "Delta," Samira breathed, raising the tranquilizer gun. The raptor appeared at the far end of the corridor, just before the next shutter. She moved with a slight stagger, still affected by the earlier tranquilizer, but her eyes were alert, predatory instinct clearly overriding the sedative's effects. She spotted them immediately, head lowering as she assessed these new intruders in her territory. "Don't run," Logan whispered, slowly raising his tablet. "I'm going to try to open the next shutter. If we can get her to move through it, we can trap her on the other side." Delta took a step forward, then stopped, her head tilting as if listening. A moment later, a faint vocalization echoed through the ventilation system. One of the other raptors responding to some earlier call they hadn't heard. Delta's head snapped toward the sound, then back to the humans. With startling intelligence, she took a deliberate step backward, positioning herself directly in front of the shutter Logan was trying to open. She knew, somehow, that this barrier was significant. "She's blocking our path deliberately," Mike realized. "She understands we need to get past that shutter." The standoff continued for several tense seconds, Delta watching them with calculating eyes. The humans frozen in place, unwilling to provoke an attack in the confined space of the corridor. "New plan," Samira whispered. "I'll dart her. With the sedative already in her system, a second dose should put her down completely." "And if it doesn't?" Mike asked. "Then we'll have a very angry, partially sedated raptor to deal with," she admitted. "But I don't see many alternatives." Logan nodded his agreement. "Do it." Samira raised the tranquilizer gun, taking careful aim at Delta's shoulder where the drug would enter the bloodstream most effectively. The raptor, sensing the threat, crouched slightly, preparing to dodge or charge. It wasn't clear which. The moment stretched, predator and prey locked in a primal confrontation that felt as ancient as life itself. Then, with a steadying breath, Samira squeezed the trigger. The dart flew true, striking Delta in the exact spot Samira had aimed for. The raptor shrieked in pain and anger, her initial instinct driving her forward in an attack. But the new dose of sedative, combining with what was already in her system, took effect with remarkable speed. Her charge faltered after just a few steps, her movements becoming visibly uncoordinated. "Back up," Logan ordered, pulling Mike and Samira a few paces away from the struggling raptor. Delta made it perhaps halfway down the corridor before her legs gave out. She collapsed to the floor, her breathing labored, eyes still open but unfocused as the powerful tranquilizer overwhelmed even her enhanced physiology. "It worked," Mike breathed, relief evident in his voice. "For now," Samira cautioned, "let's move quickly. The environmental control junction is just beyond the next shutter." They skirted around the sedated raptor, giving her a wide berth despite her incapacitated state. Logan opened the next shutter, and they passed through into the section containing the environmental control junction, a small room filled with monitoring equipment, control panels, and access points to the facility's central systems. "Check Delta," Logan instructed Mike as he began examining the environmental controls. "Make sure she stays down." Mike positioned himself at the open shutter, keeping watch on the sedated raptor while Samira joined Logan at the control panels. "Anything damaged?" she asked, scanning the equipment for signs of tampering. Logan shook his head. "We got here before she could interfere with the systems. Everything looks operational." He tapped a series of commands into the central console, restoring normal function to the environmental systems that had been showing irregularities. "I think we're good." A sudden vocalization from the corridor caused them all to tense. It wasn't Delta. She remained motionless on the floor. But another raptor, calling from somewhere in the ventilation system. "They're still coordinating," Mike warned, "even with Delta down." Logan finished the system reset and security reinforcement, ensuring the environmental controls couldn't be compromised even if the raptors somehow breached this section again. "Done. Let's get back to the secure room." They retraced their steps, passing the unconscious Delta and returning through the shutters, Logan carefully sealing each one behind them. The journey back was tense but uneventful, all three constantly checking their tablets for signs of raptor movement in adjacent sections. When they finally reached Junction E4 and the entrance to Secure Room 2, it was with palpable relief. The door slid open at Logan's command, revealing the concerned faces of their colleagues within. "Environmental controls secured," Logan reported as the door sealed behind them. "Delta is unconscious in Section D2. The other raptors remain contained in their respective sections." Dr. Najjar nodded his approval. "Well done. Mainland response team reports they're 5 minutes out. Helicopter is already on approach to the landing pad." The next hour passed in a blur of activity as the response team arrived, methodically securing the facility section by section. The raptors, despite their intelligence and adaptability, were no match for the specialized containment equipment brought by the team. One by one, they were subdued, secured in reinforced transport containers, and removed from the facility. It was nearly dawn by the time the all-clear was given and the staff were permitted to exit the secure rooms. The facility bore the scars of the night's events. Equipment damaged, doors forced open, evidence of the raptor's passage visible throughout the corridors and labs. Samira, Logan, Mike, and Dr. Levine stood in the control room, watching as the last transport helicopter lifted off, carrying the sedated velociraptors back to their reinforced enclosure on the main island. "What happens now?" Mike asked, voicing the question on all their minds. Dr. Najjar, who had been conferring with facility management via video link, joined them. "Full security review," he answered. "The system flaw that allowed the containment breach has been identified. It won't happen again. It's not the system I'm worried about, Samira replied, her gaze still fixed on the departing helicopter. It's them. We've always known they were intelligent, but tonight, she trailed off, the implications clear to everyone. They were testing us as much as we were containing them, Logan agreed. Every response we made taught them something new about their environment, about us. Dr. Levine, who had remained unusually quiet since their return to safety, finally spoke. Perhaps that's the most valuable data to come from tonight's incident. We've been studying them in controlled conditions, believing we understood their capabilities. Now we know better. And what do we do with that knowledge? Mike asked. The question hung in the air, unanswered. The first rays of sunrise were visible through the control room's eastern window, illuminating the facility with the promise of a new day. But for those who had experienced the night's events, the light brought little comfort. They had glimpsed something profound in the intelligent eyes of the raptors, a reminder that some forces of nature could never truly be contained. As they dispersed to begin the process of recovery and assessment, each carried with them the memory of those moments of pure, primal fear. The sound of raptor claws on tile floors, the intelligence behind those predatory eyes, the realization that in the evolutionary arms race between human and dinosaur, the outcome was far from certain.
The facility would be repaired, the security systems enhanced, the research would continue, but something had changed fundamentally in their understanding of the creatures they studied. The velociraptors had revealed themselves to be more than specimens, more than subjects of scientific inquiry. They were, in their own right, beings of terrible intelligence and purpose, ancient predators whose hunting instincts had been honed over millions of years of evolution. And in the quiet moments when they recalled the night's events, each survivor would remember the most chilling aspect of their encounter, not the teeth, not the claws, but the calculating patience of predators who knew, somehow, that their time would come again.
The air hung heavy in the swamp, a thick blanket of humidity that clung to skin and saturated every breath. Dr. Elena Morales wiped sweat from her brow for what felt like the 100th time that morning, careful not to disturb the delicate frond she was examining. All around her, the wetlands of Sector 9 thrummed with life. Insects buzzed in clouds above the murky water, unseen reptiles slithered beneath the surface, and distant calls of prehistoric creatures echoed through the dense vegetation. "Remarkable," she murmured, carefully placing the specimen in a preservation tube. "This cycad shows adaptive features I've never documented before. The cellular structure has evolved to process brackish water." She made a quick note on her waterproof tablet before securing the sample in her collection pack. 5 meters away, perched precariously on the edge of their flat bay research boat, Dr. Owen Chen nodded absently. The entire ecosystem here has adapted to the salinity fluctuations. It's unlike anything we've seen in the northern sectors. His attention was focused on a series of core samples he'd extracted from the swamp bed, each containing layers of sediment that told the story of this environment's evolution over decades. The expedition to Sector 9, informally known as the Ancient Delta by the research teams, had been in planning for months. The remote wetlands on Isla Sorna's southeastern coast represented one of the least explored regions of the island, partly due to its challenging terrain and partly due to its distance from the established research outposts. But for paleobotanists like Elena and Owen, the potential discoveries were worth the discomfort and risk. Their small team was completed by Marcos Rivera, the expedition's guide and security lead, and Jess Harper, a graduate student whose dissertation on adaptive plant evolution had earned her a coveted spot on this field excursion. While the scientists focused on their samples, Marcos maintained a vigilant watch from the center of the boat, his experienced eyes constantly scanning the surrounding swamp for signs of danger. 2 more samples and we should head back, Marcos announced, checking his watch. We're pushing our allocated time window as it is. Eleanor looked up with a frown. We've barely covered half the target area. The university approved us for 3 days of field work. That was before the weather reports came in, Marcos replied, gesturing toward the distant horizon where dark clouds were gathering. That storm system's moving faster than predicted. We need to be back at the extraction point well before it hits. Owen sighed but began packing up his equipment. After 15 years of field research on the islands, he knew better than to argue with experienced guides like Marcos. He's right, Elena. We can request another expedition after the wet season. Reluctantly, Elena nodded, though she couldn't hide her disappointment. Jess, let's get those final samples from the eastern edge. There's a stand of proto-ferns there that might be related to the specimens we found yesterday. Jess, who had been taking water quality readings near the boat's stern, gave a thumbs up and began gathering her collection gear. Despite the oppressive heat and the constant discomfort of fieldwork in the swamp, her enthusiasm remained undimmed. The bright-owned excitement of a researcher still new enough to the islands to find wonder in every discovery. Marcos started the boat's electric motor, the low hum barely disturbing the ambient sounds of the swamp as he maneuvered it toward the eastern edge of the clearing. The specialized research vessel was designed specifically for wetland exploration, flat-bedded with a shallow draft and near-silent propulsion system to minimize disturbance to both the environment and its inhabitants. They had traveled perhaps 20 meters when the motor sputtered, coughed, and went silent. What happened? Owen asked, looking up from his samples. Marcos frowned, checking the control panel. Not sure. We have plenty of charge. He attempted to restart the motor, but it gave only a weak whine before falling silent again. Something's jamming the propeller. Moving carefully to avoid tipping the boat, Marcos made his way to the stern, where he used a specialized tool to lift the motor assembly. Wrapped around the propeller was a mass of fibrous vegetation and what appeared to be strips of leathery material. "What is that?" Jess asked, peering over his shoulder. Marcos carefully removed the obstruction, examining it with growing concern. "It's not just plants. There's animal tissue here. Looks like skin fragments, maybe from a Dilophosaurus or smaller herbivore." The implication hung unspoken in the humid air. Something had killed a dinosaur in these waters, and recently enough that the remains were still fouling their propeller. "Could be nothing," Owen suggested, though his tone lacked conviction. "Predator-prey interactions happen constantly. A pterodon could have dropped its catch, or smaller carnivores might have dragged remains into the water." Marcos didn't respond immediately, his gaze now methodically scanning the surrounding swamp with heightened attention. The water stretched before them in all directions, broken only by islands of reeds, partially submerged trees, and occasional patches of more solid ground. What had seemed like a peaceful wetland sanctuary minutes ago now felt ominously exposed. "Let's get the motor cleared and head back," he finally said, his voice deliberately calm. "Daylight's burning, and we've got a long trip ahead of us." Elena exchanged glances with Owen, both recognizing the subtle shift in Marcos's demeanor. Though he hadn't explicitly mentioned danger, his body language and tone conveyed enough concern to put them on alert. As Marcos worked to clear the propeller, Jess continued collecting water samples near the boat's edge, while Elena and Owen organized their specimens and equipment. The swamp around them continued its humid symphony, insects buzzing, water lapping against the boat, distant calls and rustles from unseen creatures. Yet now a new tension underscored these familiar sounds, a heightened awareness that they were visitors in a predator's domain. "Almost got it," Marcos muttered, working a particularly stubborn fiber free from the propeller shaft. "Should be clear in a minute," and then his words died abruptly as a ripple moved through the water about 30 meters from the boat. Subtle at first, just a slight disturbance in the otherwise still surface, but unmistakable to his trained eye. "Everyone step away from the edges," he ordered quietly, slowly straightening up. "Move toward the center of the boat. Now." Something in his tone brooked no argument. The scientists immediately complied, abandoning their tasks and moving inward, unconsciously drawing closer together as they followed his gaze toward the distant ripple. "What is it?" Elena whispered, her voice barely audible above the ambient sounds of the swamp. "Not sure yet," Marcos replied, reaching for the tranquilizer rifle secured beneath the pilot's seat. The weapon was a standard precaution on field expeditions, powerful enough to deter most medium-sized predators, though everyone understood its limitations against the island's largest carnivores. The ripple had disappeared, the swamp's surface returning to its placid state, disturbed only by the gentle movement of water plants in the humid breeze. For a long moment, nothing moved. Then, approximately 50 meters to their right, the reeds parted slightly, and Elena caught a glimpse of something that made her breath catch. A brief flash of scale and sinew, there and gone so quickly she might have imagined it. "Marcos," she breathed, 3 o'clock, something moved. He nodded almost imperceptibly, his body tense as he tracked the direction she'd indicated. The rifle was now in his hands, though still pointed downward. "I need to get the motor back on," he said quietly. "We're too exposed here. Owen, take over watch. Elena, Jess, continue securing the samples, but stay low and centered." Owen moved to Marcos's position, accepting the binoculars handed to him with grim determination. He wasn't security trained, but like all field researchers on the islands, he'd been through the basic predator response protocols. Mostly these involved detection and avoidance, spotting danger early enough to retreat before confrontation became necessary. Marcos resumed his work on the motor with increased urgency, his movements efficient but careful to avoid creating unnecessary disturbance. The afternoon heat pressed down, intensifying the swamp's heavy atmosphere as nervous sweat mixed with the humidity already coating their skin. Owen systematically scanned their surroundings, methodically checking each section of visible swamp before moving to the next. "Nothing moving," he reported softly. "Whatever you saw might have been passing through." Elena wanted to believe him, but years of field experience had taught her to trust Marcos's instincts. If he was concerned, there was good reason. She continued securing her specimens, movements deliberate and quiet, when a new sound reached them. A low hiss that seemed to emanate from everywhere and nowhere at once. The hiss grew into a rumbling growl, unlike anything she'd heard from the island's more common predators. It wasn't the throaty roar of a tyrannosaurus or the shrieking call of velociraptors. This was something different, deeper, more resonant, with an almost crocodilian quality that sent ancestral shivers of fear down her spine. Jess froze, sample vial clutched forgotten in her trembling hand. "What was that?" she whispered, eyes wide. Before anyone could respond, the answer emerged from behind a dense stand of reeds 40 meters ahead of them. First came the head, massive, elongated, with a crocodile-like snout housing conical teeth visible even at this distance. Then the neck, powerfully muscled, rising from the water as the creature moved forward and finally breaking the surface like some primeval monolith, the distinctive neural spines that formed its massive sail, taller than a grown human, stretching toward the sky in a display that was as beautiful as it was terrifying. Spinosaurus, Owen breathed, the binoculars now hanging forgotten at his chest. No magnification was needed to identify the enormous predator moving deliberately through the swamp toward them. Marcos abandoned the motor, straightening slowly. "Nobody move," he instructed, voice barely above a whisper. "No sudden movements. It's still assessing whether we're prey or threat." The Spinosaurus paused, its sail now fully visible above the swamp vegetation, water cascading from its massive body as it stood partially upright. Its head swiveled toward their boat, nostrils flaring as it tested the air. Even at this distance, Elena could see the intelligence in its gaze, the calculated assessment of a specialized predator in its preferred hunting ground. "Isn't it supposed to be primarily piscivorous?" Jess whispered, scientific curiosity momentarily overriding fear. "Fish eating?" "Primarily doesn't mean exclusively," Marcos replied without taking his eyes off the predator. "And we're in its territory, disturbing its hunting grounds. That's enough reason for it to see us as a threat." The Spinosaurus remained motionless for another moment, sail glistening in the afternoon sun, water dripping from its massive jaws. Then, with deliberate slowness, it began to move toward them, not charging, but advancing with the confidence of an apex predator that recognized no threats in its domain. "The motor," Elena urged. "Can you fix it?" Marcos shook his head minutely. "Not in time. We need to move." His tone left no room for discussion as he reached beneath the seat again, this time withdrawing a small emergency pack. "There's a research blind about 1/2 kilometer northeast of here. High ground, reinforced structure. We might make it if we move now, while it's still approaching cautiously." "1/2 kilometer through the swamp?" Owen questioned, eyeing the knee-deep water and treacherous mud surrounding their boat. "With that following us?" "Better than waiting for it to reach the boat," Marcos countered. "It's still assessing. Once it commits to an attack..." He let the implication hang unfinished. Eleanor nodded, decision made. "What's the plan?" "Eastern edge has the firmest ground," Marcos explained quickly, distributing emergency transponders from the pack. "We move single file, stay in the shallower water when possible, use the vegetation for cover. I'll lead, Owen takes rear. Eleanor, Jess, between us. Keep distance between each person. If one gets stuck, others can help without all of us becoming tangled." The Spinosaurus had closed perhaps 10 meters of distance during their hurried conference, its approach still measured but unmistakably purposeful. Its sail now loomed larger, cutting through the morning air like the fin of some gigantic shark, water sluicing around its powerful legs as it navigated the swamp with practiced ease. "Now," Marcos said, voice tight with controlled urgency. "Over the port side, minimal splash. Stay low until we reach the reeds, then move as I direct." One by one, they slipped over the edge of the boat into the warm, murky water of the swamp. Elena felt the unmistakable sensation of soft mud between her toes as she fought to find stable footing, the water reaching mid-thigh at its deepest point. Decades of field experience had taught her to pack appropriately. Her quick-dry pants and specialized boots were designed for wetland work, but nothing truly prepared you for the disorienting challenge of moving through a swamp while being hunted by a prehistoric predator. Marcos led them toward a dense patch of reeds about 15 meters from the boat, moving with the careful deliberation of someone accustomed to navigating treacherous terrain. Elena followed, then Jess, with Owen bringing up the rear, occasionally glancing back to track the Spinosaurus's movements. They had nearly reached the relative cover of the reeds when the predator's behavior changed. Perhaps it was their movement that triggered the shift, or maybe the creature had simply completed its assessment and made a decision. Whatever the cause, the result was immediate and terrifying. The Spinosaurus surged forward, abandoning its cautious approach for startling speed. Water exploded around its massive form as it charged, covering distance with shocking rapidity. A roar shattered the humid air, not the sustained bellow popularized in documentaries, but a series of powerful, pulsing sounds that seemed to vibrate through the water around them. "Into the reeds!" Marcos shouted, abandoning stealth as he urged them forward. "Spread out, keep moving." They crashed through the vegetation, adrenaline overriding the difficulty of movement. Elena fought through the clinging mud and tangling plants, each step a battle against the swamp that seemed determined to hold her in place. Behind them, the sounds of pursuit grew louder, water churning, plants cracking as they were bulldozed aside by the Spinosaurus's massive bulk. The reeds provided momentary visual cover, but little actual protection. They burst through the stand into another section of open swamp, this one dotted with the partially submerged trunks of ancient trees. Elena risked a glance backward and immediately wished she hadn't. The Spinosaurus was tearing through the reed bed they just traversed, its sail visible above the vegetation, water and plant matter flying as it forced its way forward with single-minded determination. "The trees!" Marcos called, pointing toward a cluster of massive trunks about 20 meters ahead. "Use them as barriers!" They changed course, sloshing through the swamp toward the limited protection offered by the ancient trees. Elena's legs burned with exertion, each step requiring conscious effort to extract her foot from the sucking mud before placing it forward again. The specialized boots that had served her well during sample collection now felt like lead weights, while her collection pack bounced painfully against her back with each labored movement. The Spinosaurus burst from the reeds behind them with a spray of water and vegetation, momentarily pausing to relocate its prey in the open swamp. Its massive head swung from side to side, nostrils flaring as it tested the air, before its gaze locked onto the fleeing humans with predatory focus. "It's seen us," Owen called unnecessarily, his voice tight with the strain of rapid movement through the resistant medium of the swamp. "Keep moving," Marcos responded, not wasting breath on stating the obvious. "Head for the fallen trunk at 2 o'clock. Eleanor spotted their destination, a massive tree that had toppled into the swamp, its enormous trunk creating a natural barrier between them and the approaching predator. If they could get behind it, they might gain precious moments while the Spinosaurus navigated around the obstacle. Jess stumbled suddenly, crying out as her foot caught in a hidden tangle of roots beneath the murky water. She pitched forward, barely catching herself before her face hit the swamp's surface. Eleanor immediately changed direction, moving to help the graduate student. "I'm stuck," Jess gasped, tugging frantically at her trapped leg. "Something's got my boot." Elena reached her side, dropping into a half-crouch despite the water level. "Stop pulling," she instructed firmly. "You're making it worse." "Let me see." Behind them, the Spinosaurus had resumed its advance, moving with the confident deliberation of a predator that knew its prey couldn't escape. Each step sent vibrations through the water, creating ripples that reached them seconds before the sound of its passage. Eleanor reached beneath the surface, feeling blindly for whatever entangled Jess's foot. Her fingers found the problem. A network of fibrous roots had snagged the boot's ankle cuff, tightening like a snare with each panicked tug. "Owen," she called, "need your utility blade." Owen, who had paused several meters ahead, quickly backtracked, wading through the thigh-deep water to reach them. The Spinosaurus continued its inexorable approach, now less than 30 meters away and closing steadily. "Here," Owen said, extending his specialized field knife, a titanium blade designed for everything from collecting samples to emergency situations exactly like this one. Eleanor took it without comment, ducking beneath the murky surface to saw at the entangling roots. The water stung her eyes and tasted of earth and decay, but she forced herself to focus solely on the task, ignoring both discomfort and fear. "It's getting closer," Jess whispered tensely from above, her body trembling with the effort of remaining still while every instinct screamed to flee. "Almost there," Elena managed, feeling the roots finally giving way beneath the sharp blade. "One more, got it. Pull now." Jess extracted her foot with a soft squelching sound, nearly losing her boot in the process, but managing to keep it on through sheer determination. They turned together toward the fallen trunk, where Marcos was frantically waving them forward, only to freeze at the sight behind him. The Spinosaurus had changed course, circling around to approach the fallen tree from the side, cutting off their intended path. Whether through instinct or intelligence, it had anticipated their route and moved to intercept. Its massive sail now visible just beyond the natural barrier they'd been heading toward. "Back this way," Marcos called, already changing direction toward a denser section of the swamp where smaller trees grew in closer proximity. "Use the channels between the trees. It's too big to follow through the narrowest parts." They redirected, moving as quickly as the resistant environment allowed, each step a battle against water, mud, and fatigue. Elena felt a stitch forming in her side, the unaccustomed exertion of rapid movement through the swamp taking its toll despite her generally good physical condition. Beside her, Jess was faring worse, her breathing coming in ragged gasps as adrenaline and terror warred with exhaustion. "Keep going," Elena encouraged between breaths. "We just need to reach those trees." The dense stand of cypress-like trees ahead offered their best chance, a natural maze of trunks and partially submerged roots that might slow the massive predator enough for them to gain distance. But it was still nearly 50 meters away, across an expanse of relatively open swamp that offered little cover and difficult footing. Behind them, the Spinosaurus had completed its circuit of the fallen trunk and was once again in direct pursuit, moving with the assured power of a creature perfectly adapted to this semi-aquatic environment. Its sail cut through the afternoon air like a bizarre natural standard, while its elongated snout parted the water with barely a ripple despite its enormous mass. "It's herding us," Owen realized aloud, his scientific mind still analyzing even as they fled. "Using the terrain to direct our movement. Save the behavioral observations for later," Marcos called back, not breaking stride. "Unless they help us not get eaten." They had covered perhaps half the distance to the cypress stand when the Spinosaurus suddenly accelerated, its casual pursuit transforming into a deliberate charge. Water exploded around its massive legs as it surged forward, closing the gap with alarming speed. "Scatter!" Marcos shouted. "It can't chase all of us at once. Head for the trees, different routes." The group separated, each choosing a slightly different angle toward the relative safety of the dense cypress stand. It was a calculated risk. Dividing their strength might make individual capture more likely, but it also forced the predator to choose a single target rather than running down the entire group at once. Elena angled leftward, pushing her burning legs to generate more speed despite the swamp's resistance. Ahead, She could see Owen veering right while Jess continued straight ahead. Marcos had cut sharply to the far left, perhaps hoping to draw the predator after himself rather than the less experienced members of the team. For a crucial moment, the Spinosaurus seemed to hesitate, its massive head swinging between the fleeing figures as it decided which to pursue. Then, with terrible inevitability, it adjusted course toward the most vulnerable target, Jess, who was struggling visibly after her earlier entanglement, her pace noticeably slower than the others. Elena didn't hesitate. "Jess, left, come toward me," she shouted, already changing direction to intercept the graduate student. If they could reunite, maybe together they'd have a better chance than separately. Jess veered immediately, angling toward Elena with renewed energy born of desperation. The Spinosaurus adjusted its course accordingly, the distance between predator and prey shrinking with each massive stride. It was now close enough that Elena could hear the water cascading from its scales, could see the individual teeth gleaming in its partially open jaws. "The channels!" Marcos called from somewhere to their left. "Get between the root systems." Elena spotted what he meant. Ahead, where the cypress stand began, the ancient trees had developed massive labyrinthine root systems that protruded from the water, creating natural channels and barriers between each trunk. Some of these passages were narrow enough that the Spinosaurus might struggle to navigate them with its bulky form. She altered course slightly, aiming for the narrowest channel she could see, gesturing urgently for Jess to follow her lead. The younger woman understood immediately, matching Elena's trajectory despite her fatigue. They were less than 10 meters from the relative safety of the cypress roots when the Spinosaurus made its move. With a surge of power that sent water exploding outward in a circular wave, it closed the final distance and lunged toward Jess's fleeing form. Elena saw it happening as if in slow motion, the massive jaws extending, Jess's terrified expression as she sensed rather than saw the attack coming from behind. Without conscious thought, Elena changed direction, crashing into Jess from the side and sending them both tumbling into a deeper section of the swamp just as the Spinosaurus's jaws snapped shut where Jess had been an instant before. Water closed over their heads as they plunged beneath the surface, the murky darkness momentarily disorienting. Elena felt the sucking mud at the bottom grasp at her, trying to hold her down, while above, distorted by the water, came the frustrated roar of the predator denied its prey. She kicked hard, pulling Jess with her as they surfaced together, gasping for air. The Spinosaurus loomed above them, its massive head swinging down for another strike. They had only one option: forward, toward the narrow channels between the cypress roots just meters away. "Go," Elena gasped, pushing Jess ahead of her. "Through the gap." Together they crashed through the water toward the narrow opening, the Spinosaurus's jaws snapping closed inches behind them, close enough that Elena felt the rush of displaced air against her back. Then they were through, squeezing between massive root structures into a natural channel barely wide enough for a human to pass. The Spinosaurus roared in frustration, its massive head unable to follow them through the narrow gap. It tried to force its way in, splintering smaller roots with the pressure of its bulk, but the ancient cypress held firm, their massive root systems formed over centuries into a natural fortress that even the enormous predator couldn't easily breach. "Keep moving," Elena urged between gasping breaths, pushing deeper into the relative safety of the root maze. "It'll try to find another way in." They waded through the channel, which mercifully grew slightly less deep as they moved away from the swamp's edge. The roots created a complex network of passages, some too narrow to navigate, others wide enough to move through with careful sidling. Above them, The cypress canopy filtered the afternoon sunlight into dappled patterns that shifted with the gentle breeze, creating an almost peaceful atmosphere that stood in stark contrast to the terror of moments before. "Elena, Jess!" Owen's voice reached them from somewhere to their right, muffled by the dense vegetation but reassuringly alive. "Here," Elena called back, leading Jess toward the sound, between the third and fourth big trunks. They navigated the root maze carefully, alert for any sign that the Spinosaurus had found a way to penetrate their temporary sanctuary. After several tense minutes of searching, they rounded a massive trunk and found Owen and Marcos waiting in a small clearing at the center of the cypress stand. A relatively dry area where the largest trees had created a natural pavilion, their enormous roots forming a semicircular barrier around a patch of actual solid ground. "Are you hurt?" Marcos asked immediately, scanning them for injuries as they climbed onto the blessed firmness of actual earth. Eleanor shook her head, though every muscle in her body screamed with exhaustion and the aftermath of adrenaline. "Near miss, very near." She looked at Jess, who had collapsed onto her knees, trembling visibly as delayed shock set in. "You okay?" Jess nodded shakily. "You saved my life," she managed, looking up at Elena with eyes still wide from terror and awe. "It would have had me if you hadn't. Anyone would have done the same," Elena dismissed, though the truth of their narrow escape was only now fully registering. She turned to Marcos. "Will these roots hold it back?" The guide's expression was grim. "For now, it's too big to navigate the narrowest channels, but it's not giving up." He gestured toward the edge of their sanctuary, where distant splashing and the occasional crack of breaking wood indicated the Spinosaurus was testing the perimeter, looking for a way in. "So we're safe but trapped," Owen summarized, already checking his transponder. "Please tell me these things are working." Marcos verified his own device. "They're active, broadcasting our location and emergency status, but extraction won't be immediate, especially with that weather system approaching." He glanced upward, where the sky, visible through the cypress canopy, had darkened considerably, the distant storm clouds now much closer than before. "How long?" Elena asked, the practical question helping her focus beyond the lingering terror of their flight. "Standard protocol is 4 to 6 hours for non-critical emergencies," Marcos replied. "But with an active Spinosaurus threat, they might expedite." He hesitated. "Or they might wait until it moves on." "And how long might that take?" Jess asked, her voice steadier now, though still tinged with fear. Marcos exchanged glances with Owen, neither wanting to voice the obvious concern. Finally, Owen spoke. "Spinosaurus is a territorial and patient predator. It knows we're in here. It might wait a while." "A while meaning?" Jess pressed. "Hours, possibly overnight," Marcos admitted. "They're amazingly persistent when they've identified prey in their territory." The information settled over the group like the gathering storm clouds above. The relative safety of the cypress stand suddenly felt much more precarious, with the realization that their pursuer might simply wait them out, patrolling the perimeter until exhaustion or necessity forced them back into the open swamp. "Options?" Eleanor asked, always preferring action to passive waiting. Marcos surveyed their surroundings with a tactical eye. "We're on slightly higher ground here. This whole area is part of an ancient riverbank. It rises gradually toward the north." He pointed through the trees. "If we follow the spine of the riverbank through the cypress stand, we might reach high enough ground to get a clearer signal and potentially better visibility for the extraction team." "And the Spinosaurus?" Owen questioned. "It can't follow through the densest parts of the stand, too narrow between the trees. But if we have to venture back into more open areas..." Marcos left the implication unspoken. So we either wait here and hope for rescue before our friend out there gets bored and hungry, or we try to reach higher ground and risk running into it again, Elena summarized. Not great options. Welcome to field research, Owen replied with grim humor, where the choices are usually bad and worse. A sudden crashing sound from the direction they had entered sent them all tensing, instinctively moving closer together. The Spinosaurus was testing the root barrier more aggressively now, its massive weight slamming against the ancient wood with determined force. I think it's made our choice for us, Marcos said quietly. We need to move deeper into the stand, toward the higher ground. Now, while it's focused on this entry point. They gathered their limited resources quickly. Most of their equipment had been left on the boat in their hasty departure, but each carried emergency supplies, water, basic first aid, and the transponders that represented their best hope for rescue. Elena's collection pack, still miraculously secured to her back despite their flight, contained irreplaceable specimens that she refused to abandon, despite the circumstances. Marcos led them through the cypress labyrinth, following the subtle rise of the ancient riverbank that only an experienced guide would notice. The ground gradually became firmer, the water level dropping from knee-deep to merely ankle-soaking as they progressed. Behind them, the sounds of the Spinosaurus's efforts grew more distant, though none of them harbored any illusion that the predator had given up. The cypress stand thinned as they continued northward, the massive trees more widely spaced, their root systems less interconnected. This made for easier passage, but reduced the natural barrier that had protected them from pursuit. Each gap between trees was now carefully evaluated before crossing, all senses alert for any sign of their persistent hunter. The extraction point was originally the North Ridge observation platform, Marcos explained as they moved. It's about 1 kilometer from our current position on the highest ground in this sector. The problem is... Let me guess, Elena interrupted dryly. We have to leave the safety of the trees to reach it. Marcos nodded grimly. Unfortunately, the last 1/4 kilometer is relatively open terrain. Better footing, but much less cover. The group fell silent as they contemplated this unwelcome information. The physical toll of their escape was beginning to manifest, as fatigue settled into overworked muscles, while minor injuries, scratches from branches, bruises from falls, skin rubbed raw by wet clothing, made themselves felt with increasing insistence. We need a distraction, Jess said suddenly, breaking the tense silence. Something to draw it away from our path to the extraction point. Like what? Owen asked skeptically. We don't exactly have a goat to stake out as bait. Jess flushed slightly but persisted. What about sound? They're attracted to noise, right? If we could create a distraction in one direction while we move in another. Marcos considered this thoughtfully. It's not a bad idea in principle. The challenge is creating something loud enough to draw its attention without one of us being the noisemaker. What about the emergency flares? Elena suggested. They're designed to be visible, but they also make a pretty significant noise when deployed, especially the aerial ones. A calculating expression crossed Marcos's face as he reached into his emergency pack and withdrew one of the standard-issue aerial flares. A compact cylinder designed to launch a bright phosphorus charge high into the air, where it would burn intensely for several minutes, visible for kilometers in all directions. It could work, he acknowledged. We'd need to position it at the maximum distance from our intended route, ideally somewhere that would hold the Spinosaurus's attention long enough for us to clear the open ground. They continued discussing the plan as they moved, the cypress stand growing increasingly sparse as they approached its northern edge. According to Marcos's estimation, they were now approximately 1/2 kilometer from the extraction point, a distance that would normally be covered in minutes on firm ground, but could take much longer across the challenging swamp terrain. especially if they needed to remain concealed from predatory attention. The storm that had been threatening all afternoon was now visibly approaching, dark clouds massing on the horizon and bringing with them a premature twilight. A distant rumble of thunder punctuated their planning, adding urgency to an already tense situation. "If we're going to move, it needs to be soon," Marcos warned, eyeing the approaching weather system. "Once that storm hits, extraction becomes much more complicated. The observation platform has minimal shelter, and helicopters won't fly in severe lightning conditions." They reached the edge of the cypress stand, where the ancient trees finally gave way to more open swampland. From their slightly elevated position, they could see their destination, a wooden structure built on stilts above the highest point of the local terrain, approximately 200 meters across relatively exposed ground. Between their position and the platform stretched a patchwork of shallow water, reedy vegetation, and occasional mud islands, easier to traverse than the deeper swamp they had fled through, but offering minimal cover from predatory eyes. "Where's our friend?" Owen asked quietly, scanning the visible expanse of swamp for any sign of the Spinosaurus's distinctive sail. Marcos slowly surveyed the area through his binoculars. "No visual, but that doesn't mean it's not there. These predators can show remarkable patience when hunting." "It could be circling back," Elena suggested. "Maybe it's already figured out we're heading north and is positioning itself to intercept." The possibility sent a fresh chill through the group, despite the swamp's oppressive humidity. The Spinosaurus had already demonstrated both intelligence and persistence far beyond what might be expected of a typical predator. If it had indeed anticipated their route, they might be walking directly into an ambush. "We need a better vantage point before we commit," Marcos decided, pointing to a particularly tall cypress at the edge of the stand. "From up there, I might be able to spot it." Without waiting for discussion, he began scaling the ancient tree, using the natural handholds provided by its textured bark and low-hanging branches. The others watched anxiously as he climbed higher, disappearing briefly into the dense foliage before emerging near the top, where the branches thinned enough to provide a commanding view of the surrounding wetlands. For long moments, Marcos scanned the horizon methodically, turning in a slow circle to examine every sector of the visible swamp. When he finally descended, his expression was a mixture of concern and determination. "I spotted it," he reported grimly. "It's circling the western edge of the cypress stand, about 300 meters from our position, moving slowly, systematically, almost like it's patrolling." "Did it see you?" Jess asked tensely. Marcos shook his head. "Don't think so. I stayed within the foliage. But it's definitely searching, and it's between us and the most direct route to the extraction point." "So what's the plan?" Elena asked, absently checking the security of her specimen pack, a scientist's instinct to protect valuable data even in the midst of danger. Marcos surveyed their surroundings with tactical precision. "We modify our approach. Instead of heading directly northwest to the platform, we circle around to the northeast first. Stay within the thinning cypress cover as long as possible. Then, when we're at the closest approach to the platform, we use the flare as a distraction to the west and make a direct run for it." "How far will that final run be?" Owen questioned, visibly calculating their chances. "About 150 meters of relatively open ground," Marcos admitted. "Not ideal, but better than the original 200 through the area it's currently patrolling." No one voiced the obvious concern that 150 meters across difficult terrain might as well be a kilometer when pursued by a predator that could cover that distance in seconds once it spotted them. "The storm works in our favor," Marcos continued, glancing at the approaching weather front. The wind's picking up, which will help mask sounds and possibly carry our scent away from its position, and the decreasing light makes us less visible at a distance. They prepared quickly, checking transponders, securing loose equipment, and mentally preparing for what might be their final push to safety. The aerial flare was entrusted to Owen, whose background in field science had included extensive emergency training. "Remember," Marcos instructed as they prepared to leave the relative safety of the cypress stand. "Stay low, move steadily, and follow the path I take exactly. The footing will be treacherous in places, and we can't afford a twisted ankle or worse. If we get separated," he paused, meeting each of their eyes in turn, "the extraction point is the priority. Don't wait, don't look back, just get to the platform." The unspoken implication hung heavily in the humid air. If someone fell behind, the others couldn't risk stopping to help, not with the Spinosaurus hunting them. It was a harsh protocol, but one that might mean the difference between some survivors and none. They moved out in single file, Marcos leading, then Jess, Elena, and Owen bringing up the rear. The cypress thinned gradually, each massive tree now standing more as an individual sentinel than part of a cohesive stand. Between these ancient guardians stretched increasingly open patches of swampland, which they crossed with cautious speed, constantly alert for any sign of movement in the gathering gloom. Thunder rumbled closer now, and the first tentative raindrops began to fall. Fat, warm droplets that seemed to evaporate almost as soon as they touched the overheated swamp. The approaching storm had brought a change in air pressure that was almost palpable, adding a new layer of oppression to the already stifling atmosphere. They had been moving for perhaps 15 minutes, making good progress along their roundabout route, when Marcos suddenly froze, raising a closed fist, the universal signal to stop immediately. The others complied instantly, crouching lower in the meager cover provided by a clump of reeds. For several heartbeats, nothing moved except the rippling vegetation stirred by the strengthening wind. Then, approximately 200 meters to their west, the distinctive sail of the Spinosaurus became visible above a stand of tall reeds. It was moving parallel to their position, its massive form partially obscured by vegetation, but unmistakable in its prehistoric silhouette. "It's still patrolling," Marcos whispered, barely audible above the ambient sounds of the swamp and approaching storm. "Hasn't detected us yet." They remained frozen in place, scarcely daring to breathe as the enormous predator continued its methodical movement along the western perimeter. Its head occasionally dipped low to the water, possibly testing for scents carried by the currents, while its sail remained prominently visible, a natural flag announcing its presence to anything that might be watching. Only when the Spinosaurus had disappeared behind a distant stand of vegetation did Marcos signal them forward again. They resumed their careful progress, moving with increased urgency now that the storm was nearly upon them, and their hunter had been confirmed as active and searching. The extraction platform grew larger as they approached from the northeast, circling around to reach the point Marcos had identified as their best approach. It stood like a promise of safety, a human-made structure rising above the primeval swamp on sturdy supports, its weather-beaten observation deck just visible from their current position. "Almost there," Marcos encouraged, as they reached the final stand of significant vegetation before the most exposed portion of their route. "The platform is about 150 meters across that open stretch. We'll deploy the flare to the west, wait for the Spinosaurus to investigate, then make our move." The plan was simple, but dependent on the predator's response. If it ignored the flare, or worse, recognized it as a distraction, they would be exposed in open terrain with little chance of reaching safety before it overtook them. Owen prepared the aerial flare, removing the protective cap and positioning it for maximum distance. "Just say when," he murmured, the cylinder gripped tightly in his steady hands. Marcos scanned the visible swamp one final time, confirming the Spinosaurus's last known position and calculating wind direction, distance, and timing with the methodical precision of someone whose life had often depended on such assessments. "Now," he said finally, "send it as far west as you can." Owen aimed carefully and fired the flare. It shot from the launcher with a distinctive whoosh, arcing high into the darkening sky before bursting into brilliant crimson light approximately 300 meters to the west. The report was loud enough to carry across the entire swamp, a sharp crack followed by the sizzling hiss of the phosphorus as it began its slow descent, suspended from a small parachute designed to maximize visibility. The effect was immediate and dramatic. A roar of startled aggression echoed across the wetlands as the Spinosaurus responded to this sudden intrusion into its territory. Through gaps in the vegetation, they could see its sail changing direction, moving with purpose toward the drifting flare that now illuminated a significant portion of the western swamp in an eerie red glow. "It's taking the bait," Marcos confirmed, watching the predator's movement. "Wait for my signal. Wait." He was timing their dash to ensure the Spinosaurus was fully committed to investigating the flare before they exposed themselves. "Now! Go!" They broke from cover as one, abandoning stealth for speed as they raced across the open ground toward the extraction platform. The footing was treacherous. What had appeared to be relatively solid ground from a distance revealed itself as a patchwork of shallow pools, muddy islands, and concealed sinkholes that threatened to trap an unwary foot with each step. Eleanor felt her lungs burning as she pushed herself forward, one eye on the uneven ground before her and one on the distant platform that represented their only hope of survival. The specimen pack bounced painfully against her back, its precious contents momentarily forgotten in the desperate flight towards safety. Behind them, a furious roar signaled that the Spinosaurus had either lost interest in the flare or worse, had spotted their movement across the open swamp. Elena didn't dare look back, focusing every ounce of energy on maintaining her forward momentum, despite the sucking mud and ankle-deep water that fought her progress with each step. Lightning split the sky, momentarily transforming the swamp into a harsh tableau of black and white. Mud, water, fleeing humans, and in the distance the unmistakable silhouette of the Spinosaurus, now changing course, abandoning the flare to pursue this more interesting prey. Thunder followed almost immediately, close enough to feel as much as hear vibrating through the sodden ground beneath their feet. "Keep moving," Marcos shouted, his voice nearly lost in the rising wind and approaching storm. "Don't stop." They were more than halfway to the platform now, close enough to clearly see the ladder that led up to the observation deck, yet still terribly exposed in the open swamp. Rain began to fall in earnest, no longer isolated drops but sheets of warm water that reduced visibility and turned the already difficult terrain into an even more treacherous obstacle course. Eleanor risked a glance over her shoulder and immediately wished she hadn't. The Spinosaurus was in full pursuit now, its enormous form cutting through the swamp with the terrible efficiency of an apex predator in its native environment. Water and vegetation parted before it as it charged, covering ground with frightening speed despite the difficult terrain. "It's coming," she cried, pushing her exhausted legs to generate even more speed. Marcos had reached the platform first, scrambling up the ladder with the agility of someone who understood exactly what was at stake. He turned immediately, extending a hand down to help Jess, who was only steps behind. "Hurry," he urged, practically lifting the graduate student onto the platform with pure adrenaline-fueled strength. Owen was next. his longer stride having kept him ahead of Elena despite starting at the rear of their group. He reached the platform and turned back, joining Marcos in extending helping hands toward Elena, who was still several meters away, the Spinosaurus gaining with every passing second. The rain was coming down in a torrent now, a proper tropical deluge that filled the air with a roaring hiss nearly loud enough to drown out the sounds of pursuit. Elena's world narrowed to the ladder just ahead, the hands reaching for her, and the terrible knowing that something vast and hungry was closing the distance behind her with each heartbeat. She reached the base of the platform just as a massive splash announced the Spinosaurus's final charge. Hands seized her shoulders, arms, pack, anything they could grasp, hauling her upward with desperate strength as she scrambled for purchase on the rain-slick ladder. A deafening roar filled the air as enormous jaws snapped shut inches below her feet, the force of the impact shaking the entire platform. Wood splintered as the Spinosaurus collided with the structure's supporting posts, its momentum carrying it partially under the raised platform. Elena collapsed onto the deck, gasping for breath as Marcos and Owen dragged her away from the edge. Below, the Spinosaurus thrashed in frustration, its massive body navigating around the platform's supports as it attempted to reach the prey that had so narrowly escaped. "Is everyone okay?" Marcos asked, quickly checking each of them for injuries beyond the exhaustion and minor scrapes that were inevitable after their ordeal. Stunned nods answered him as they struggled to catch their breath, the reality of their narrow escape still sinking in. Below, the Spinosaurus continued to circle the platform, occasionally rising on its hind legs to snap at the deck that remained, thankfully just beyond its reach. "The platform is designed to withstand most predators," Marcos assured them, though his watchful gaze on the circling Spinosaurus suggested he wasn't taking their safety for granted. "And the extraction team has been updated with our position. They'll be here as soon as the weather allows." As if to challenge his confidence, the Spinosaurus rammed one of the support posts with its massive shoulder, sending a shudder through the entire structure. The platform held, but the demonstration of raw power was a sobering reminder of just how tenuous their safety might be. The storm had arrived in full force now, rain pounding the observation deck in sheets while lightning fractured the darkened sky at increasingly frequent intervals. The Spinosaurus continued its methodical testing of the platform's defenses, its primitive yet unmistakable intelligence evident in the way it systematically investigated each support post, searching for weakness. "How long until extraction?" Jess asked, huddled against the platform's central roof support, her voice barely audible above the storm. Marcos checked his communication device. They're holding due to lightning risk. Estimate 20 minutes if the storm cell passes as quickly as predicted. 20 minutes felt like an eternity with 7 tons of determined predator circling below, but it was the only option available. The platform, while sturdy, wasn't designed as a long-term shelter. It existed primarily as an observation post and emergency extraction point, with minimal protection from the elements beyond its small roofed section. Eleanor sank down beside her specimen pack, suddenly remembering the precious samples she'd been so determined to protect throughout their flight. Checking inside, she was relieved to find the preservation tubes intact, their contents secure despite the ordeal. Somehow, this small victory, these pieces of scientific understanding preserved against the odds, helped center her amid the chaos of storm and predator. "It's still testing different posts," Owen observed, watching the Spinosaurus's methodical movement around the platform's perimeter. "I think it recognizes the structure has weight-bearing points. Just keep back from the edges," Marcos warned. This was built to withstand a full-grown Tyrannosaurus. The Spinosaurus is heavier, but can't generate the same focused impact force. As if to prove him wrong, the Spinosaurus reared back and slammed its full weight against one of the main support posts, generating a cracking sound that cut through even the storm's constant roar. The platform shuddered, but held. Although a noticeable tilt now affected the southeastern corner, or maybe it can, Owen amended grimly. The next 20 minutes unfolded in a tense cycle of watching the Spinosaurus's systematic attacks on the platform's structure, countered by Marco's constant communication with the extraction team as they monitored the storm's progress. Each lightning strike reset the safety countdown for the helicopter approach, while each impact from below degraded the platform's structural integrity a little more. The southeastern corner was now visibly sagging, its support post cracked but not yet broken by the Spinosaurus's repeated assaults. They had redistributed their weight to the northwestern section, abandoning equipment to reduce the strain on the damaged portion. 5 minutes, Marcos reported after a tense radio exchange. Storm cell is moving east. They're approaching from the north as soon as the lightning frequency drops below safety thresholds. Below, perhaps sensing the coming change, the Spinosaurus redoubled its efforts, focusing its attacks on the already damaged support with a terrible deliberation that spoke to an understanding beyond instinct. The platform groaned under their feet, the tilt becoming more pronounced with each impact. "We need to secure ourselves," Marcos instructed, unwinding a length of safety line from his emergency pack. "If that corner goes before extraction arrives, we don't want anyone falling." They worked quickly to anchor themselves to the most stable central portion of the platform, using Marcos's line and improvised attachments from their remaining equipment. The storm seemed to be lessening slightly, the gaps between lightning flashes growing longer, the rain diminishing from torrential to merely heavy. "There!" Jess suddenly pointed northward, where a faint rhythmic thumping could be heard beneath the storm's diminishing rumble. "I can hear it." Moments later, the distinctive shape of a rescue helicopter materialized through the rain-swept twilight, its searchlight cutting a bright swath through the gloom as it approached the platform. The noise of its approach also caught the Spinosaurus's attention. The massive predator paused in its assault to track this new intrusion into its territory, head tilted upward toward the approaching aircraft. "Get ready to move quickly," Marcos instructed, eyes fixed on the helicopter as it maneuvered into position above the platform. "They won't land. Too risky with the structural damage. They'll drop a ladder for fast extraction." The helicopter hovered approximately 20 meters above them, its downdraft creating ripples across the swamp's surface and momentarily disorienting the Spinosaurus, which backed away slightly from the unfamiliar disturbance. A rescue ladder unfurled from the aircraft's side door, dangling tantalizingly above the center of the observation deck. "Jess first," Marcos ordered, helping the graduate student detach from the safety line. "Then Elena, Owen, and I'll bring up the rear." No one argued with the evacuation order. Jess moved to the center of the platform, reaching upward as the ladder was lowered to within grasping distance. With trembling hands but determined focus, she seized the lowest rung and began climbing, ascending rapidly into the relative safety of the hovering aircraft. Below, the Spinosaurus had recovered from its initial surprise and now regarded the helicopter with angry suspicion. It circled back toward the damaged support post, apparently recognizing that its prey was about to escape. Elena was next, moving to the ladder as soon as Jess had cleared the lower section. Her muscles protested, exhausted from the day's exertion and the aftermath of sustained adrenaline, but determination drove her upward, one rung at a time, away from the platform and the predator below. From her elevated position halfway up the ladder, she had a clear view of what happened next. The Spinosaurus, perhaps understanding that its quarry was escaping, launched a final, furious assault on the damaged support post. Its massive body slammed into the cracked wood with devastating force, finally snapping the structural member that had withstood repeated attack. The platform lurched sickeningly, the southeastern corner collapsing as its support gave way. Owen and Marcos, still on the tilting deck, grabbed for handholds as the structure partially collapsed beneath them. The helicopter pilot, responding with remarkable skill, adjusted position to keep the ladder centered over the remaining stable portion of the platform. "Jump for it!" Elena heard herself screaming down to her colleagues as the platform continued its partial collapse. Owen lunged forward, seizing the ladder just as the section of decking beneath him gave way. He dangled for a heart-stopping moment before finding purchase with his feet, beginning a desperate climb towards safety. Marcos, furthest from the ladder when the collapse began, was in the most precarious position. The platform had settled into a tilted stance, like a sinking ship with one corner now fully immersed in the swamp. The Spinosaurus, temporarily startled by the partial collapse, had recovered quickly and was now attempting to navigate the tilted structure, its massive form scrambling for purchase on the slippery, angled decking. With a controlled urgency that spoke to years of emergency training, Marcos worked his way across the tilted platform, maintaining his balance on the increasingly unstable surface. The ladder swung several meters away, kept in position by the helicopter pilot, but buffeted by wind and the movement of those already climbing. "Come on!" Owen shouted from just above Elena, both of them watching Marcos's precarious progress across the failing structure. The Spinosaurus had managed to clamber partially onto the tilted platform now, its enormous weight causing further creaking and splintering of the remaining supports. It advanced with single-minded determination, focused entirely on the human still within its reach. In a final, desperate move, Marcos sprinted across the last stable section of decking and launched himself toward the ladder, arms outstretched. His hands closed around the lowest rung, just as the Spinosaurus lunged forward, jaws snapping on empty air, where he had been an instant before. "Pull up! Pull up!" Owen shouted toward the helicopter, and the aircraft immediately began to ascend, lifting them away from the collapsing platform and the enraged predator below. The Spinosaurus roared in frustration, rising to its full height at the edge of the now destroyed observation platform, its massive form silhouetted against the stormy sky by another flash of lightning. It was an image straight from Earth's ancient past, a perfect predator, master of its domain, momentarily thwarted but undiminished in its terrible majesty. As the helicopter gained altitude, carrying them away from danger, Elena found herself looking back at the diminishing figure of the Spinosaurus, still standing amid the wreckage of the observation platform. Despite the terror of their encounter, she couldn't help but feel a sense of privilege alongside the relief. They had witnessed and survived an encounter with one of nature's most perfect predatory designs, a creature whose lineage stretched back to a time before humans were even a distant evolutionary possibility. "Everyone accounted for?" a rescue team member asked as they were helped one by one into the helicopter's cabin. Marcos, the last to be pulled aboard, nodded wearily. "All present, no serious injuries." "And my samples?" Elena asked, suddenly remembering her specimen pack, which she'd been forced to abandon during the final chaotic moments on the platform. Owen smiled tiredly, patting a waterproof bag secured beside him. Grabbed it before the ladder dropped. Wasn't going to let a 7-ton carnivore destroy months of research. As the helicopter banked away from the swamp heading toward the safety of the main research compound, Elena felt the accumulated tension of the day begin to dissolve. replaced by a profound exhaustion that seemed to reach into her very bones. They had survived, not just survived, but managed to preserve the scientific data that had been the purpose of their expedition in the first place. Below them, the swamp stretched out like a primeval tapestry, the storm's passage leaving it glistening in the last rays of twilight. Somewhere down there, a Spinosaurus continued its ancient patterns of life, neither good nor evil, but simply perfectly adapted to its environment. A living window into Earth's distant past. "Next time," Jess said softly from beside her, the graduate student's voice holding a surprising note of humor despite their ordeal, "maybe we stick to the greenhouse specimens." Alina found herself laughing, the release of tension almost painful in its intensity. Where would be the adventure in that? As the helicopter carried them back towards civilization and safety, the swamplands of Sector 9 receded into the gathering darkness. The Spinosaurus would remain, continuing its reign as apex predator in an environment little changed from the Cretaceous period, when its ancestors had first evolved their specialized hunting adaptations. And despite the danger they had faced, or perhaps because of it, Elena knew they would return, drawn by the same scientific curiosity that had always pushed humans to explore, to understand, and to witness the wonders of a world far older and more mysterious than their brief moment in Earth's long history. The storm continued to dissipate as they flew northward, occasional lightning still illuminating the landscape below in brief, brilliant flashes. In one such moment, Alina caught a final glimpse of a distinctive sail moving through the wetlands, the Spinosaurus returning to its patient patrol of ancient hunting grounds. A perfect predator in its perfect the Genesis facility stood like a fortress against the night, its sleek architecture a monument to scientific ambition carved into the remote mountainside. Floodlights illuminated the exterior, casting harsh shadows across the surrounding forest while keeping the darkness at bay, a symbolic gesture as much as a practical one. Inside these walls, mankind had once again crossed the threshold between creation and hubris, between innovation and abomination. Commander Marcus Vega stood at the observation window, arms crossed over his tactical vest as he surveyed the laboratory floor 2 levels below. His team of 8 mercenaries, all former special forces, all extensively vetted, were positioned strategically throughout the facility's upper levels, maintaining a vigilant perimeter around what Vega had privately come to think of as the Pandora's box of modern genetic engineering. "Impressive, isn't he?" Dr. Eleanor Reed appeared at his side, her voice carrying the peculiar mixture of pride and unease that Vega had come to recognize in the facility's scientific staff. "Even in dormant state, the musculature definition exceeds our projections." Vega didn't immediately respond, his attention fixed on the creature contained within the reinforced enclosure below. The Indoraptor lay curled in a loose semicircle, its obsidian scales reflecting the subdued laboratory lighting in oily sheens of blue-black. Even at rest, its form radiated lethal efficiency, the elongated skull housing rows of serrated teeth, the powerful hind limbs built for explosive acceleration, the curved claws that could shear through steel plating. "How intelligent is it?" he finally asked, the question that had been nagging at him since his team had been contracted for this demonstration. Dr. Reed hesitated, an almost imperceptible pause that spoke volumes. "The neural capacity exceeds any previous specimen. Problem-solving abilities, adaptive learning, memory retention, all exponentially advanced compared to even the most developed velociraptors." "That's not what I asked, Doctor." Vega turned to face her directly. "I asked how intelligent it is." Something flickered behind her eyes, a scientist's excitement warring with more primal concern. We don't know the upper limits, she admitted quietly. The learning curve is unprecedented. Each day brings new behaviors, new adaptations. It's why tonight's demonstration is so crucial for securing continued funding. The facility intercom chimed softly, interrupting their conversation. Attention all personnel. Investor demonstration will commence in 30 minutes. Security teams, initiate final protocol checks. Science teams, prepare primary specimen for active display. This is not a drill. Below them, the Indoraptor's eyes snapped open at the sound, vertical pupils contracting sharply in the laboratory light. For a moment, its gaze seemed to track upward, fixing directly on the observation window where Vega and Dr. Reed stood. A cold sensation settled in Vega's stomach as he fought the irrational certainty that the creature wasn't simply looking at them, it was studying them, assessing them. "It can't see us," Dr. Reed said, seemingly reading his thoughts. "The glass is mirrored from that side." Vega nodded but couldn't shake the unsettling feeling as the creature uncoiled from its resting position, rising to its full height with fluid grace. Standing upright, it reached nearly 10 feet tall, its proportions an uncanny blend of velociraptor agility and tyrannosaurus power, with modifications that belonged to neither evolutionary lineage. "I should join the preparation team," Dr. Reed said, checking her tablet. "The guests will be arriving soon. Your team has the security briefing package?" "We've memorized the containment protocols," Vega confirmed, "though I still think a private demonstration at night is asking for trouble. These kinds of operations are safer in daylight, with full staff present." "Our investors value discretion above all else," she replied with practiced smoothness. "The genetic advancements represented in the Indoraptor have competitive implications, hence the limited audience and after-hours scheduling." Vega had been in private security long enough to recognize corporate espionage precautions when he heard them. What troubled him wasn't the secrecy, but the timing. Night operations always carried inherently higher risk, especially when showcasing what was essentially the world's most advanced predator. "Commander," his radio crackled. "Guest convoy approaching the main gate, ETA 5 minutes. "Copy that," Vega responded. "Maintain positions. I'll greet the party personally." He turned back to Dr. Reed. "We'll continue this discussion later, Doctor. For now, let's make sure your creation stays exactly where it belongs." As he strode toward the facility's main entrance, Vega couldn't shake the memory of the Indoraptor's calculating gaze, the unnerving intelligence behind those reptilian eyes that seemed to promise this night would not unfold according to anyone's carefully laid plans. Dr. William Chen had stopped sleeping well the moment they activated the Indoraptor's enhanced neural pathways. As the lead geneticist on the project, he had championed the integration of multiple predatory genetic sequences, arguing passionately that controlled hybridization represented the future of their field. Now, watching the creature pace within its enclosure from the lower control room, he questioned not the science, but the wisdom of what they had created. "Final systems check complete," his assistant, Dr. Katri, announced. "Primary and backup containment functioning at optimal capacity. Neural inhibitor implant is responsive." Chen nodded absently, his attention fixed on the tablet displaying the Indoraptor's real-time biological metrics: heart rate, body temperature, neural activity, all slightly elevated as the creature seemed to sense the approaching demonstration. "It knows something is happening tonight," he murmured, more to himself than to his colleague. "Look at the prefrontal activity." Dr. Katri glanced at the neural scan and frowned. "That's unusual, almost like anticipatory behavior rather than reactive. It's learning to predict our patterns." Chen confirmed, the admission costing him more than his professional pride. The feeding schedule, the demonstration protocols, it's mapping our behaviors just as we're studying its own. Before Dr. Khatri could respond, the laboratory doors slid open to admit Dr. Reed, followed by a small group of sharply dressed individuals. The potential investors, whose capital would determine whether the Indoraptor project advanced to its next phase, or was deemed too costly to continue. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Reed began, her professional demeanor firmly in place. Welcome to the Genesis facility. I'm Dr. Eleanor Reed, Project Director. Before we proceed to the main demonstration area, Dr. Chen will provide an overview of the genetic achievements represented by specimen X17, which we've designated Indoraptor for its unique predatory heritage. Chen forced himself to step forward, setting aside his growing reservations to deliver the presentation he had rehearsed numerous times. The Indoraptor represents the culmination of 15 years of advanced genetic engineering, he began, activating the holographic display that illustrated the creature's genetic makeup. By selectively integrating DNA sequences from multiple apex predators, both prehistoric and contemporary, we've created a specimen that combines the intelligence and pack-hunting instincts of Velociraptor with the strength and sensory capabilities of larger theropods. As he spoke, the hologram rotated to highlight different aspects of the creature's anatomy: the reinforced skeletal structure, the enhanced musculature, the highly developed sensory organs. The investors leaned forward, their expressions a mixture of fascination and calculation, as they mentally converted scientific achievement into potential profit margins. Most significant, Chen continued, is the neural development. Specimen X7 demonstrates problem-solving abilities far beyond any previous creation. With an intelligence quotient estimated at a sudden power fluctuation interrupted his presentation, the laboratory lights dimming momentarily before stabilizing. The holographic display flickered and reset. Minor system adjustment, Dr. Reed explained smoothly. Our power demands occasionally require load balancing. Please continue. Chen nodded, though a faint sense of unease had taken root at the base of his skull. The Genesis facility's power grid was designed with redundant systems specifically to prevent such fluctuations, particularly during critical operations. As I was saying, he resumed, the intelligence quotient is estimated at roughly equivalent to higher primates, though with significant differences in cognitive structure. The Indoraptor processes information through a uniquely predatory lens. Every stimulus is evaluated primarily as it relates to hunting, territory, or dominance. And the control mechanisms? One of the investors inquired. A silver-haired woman whose question carried the sharp edge of someone who understood exactly what risks they were discussing. Given such advanced capabilities, what fail-safes exist? Multiple redundancies. Dr. Reed interjected before Chen could respond. The primary system is a subcutaneous neural inhibitor that can render the specimen unconscious within seconds if necessary. Additionally, the containment enclosure features electrified barriers, reinforced transparent aluminium viewing panels, and rapid deploy sedative dispensers in case of unexpected aggression. The explanation seemed to satisfy the investors, but Chen felt a growing discomfort he couldn't entirely rationalize. He had personally designed many of those systems, yet something about tonight felt different. The Indoraptor had been unusually docile during pre-demonstration preparations, almost suspiciously so, given its typically aggressive testing of boundaries. If you'll follow me, Dr. Reed continued, gesturing toward the exit. We'll proceed to the main demonstration arena. where you can observe specimen X7 in a controlled exercise that showcases its tactical capabilities. As the group filed out, Chen lingered behind, glancing once more at his tablet. The Indoraptor's vitals had shifted again, heart rate decreasing, brain activity reshaping into patterns they had previously observed only during complex problem-solving exercises. "Dr. Chen," Dr. Khatri prompted, waiting at the door. "Is everything all right?" He forced a professional smile. "Fine, just reviewing the final preparation data." But as he followed the group toward the demonstration arena, the unsettling thought persisted. What if the Indoraptor wasn't being prepared for a demonstration? What if, somehow, it was preparing for them? The demonstration arena occupied the facility's central chamber, a circular space 30 meters in diameter, surrounded by tiered observation platforms protected by reinforced barriers. The Indoraptor would be released into this controlled environment from a containment chute, allowing the investors to observe its movements, speed, and response to various stimuli from a safe distance. Commando Vega positioned his team strategically throughout the multiple levels, ensuring optimal coverage of both the arena and the VIP observation deck, where the investors would be seated. The facility's regular security staff handled perimeter duties, leaving Vega's specialized team to focus exclusively on the demonstration area and potential containment issues. "Rodriguez, Phillips, maintain position on the upper catwalk," he instructed via the tactical comm system. "Jackson, Shen, secondary observation level. Katsumoto, Walsh with me on the primary deck. The rest of you hold at containment access points. Everyone stays alert, weapons hot but safety's engaged. This isn't a combat scenario unless I give the word." Acknowledgements filtered back through his earpiece as his team confirmed their positions. Vega conducted a final visual sweep, noting with approval the disciplined positioning of his people throughout the multi-level space. These weren't mall cops playing soldier. Each member of Sentinel Tactical had extensive experience with high-risk security operations, many in environments far more challenging than a controlled scientific facility. Yet something about tonight's operation had triggered Vega's finely tuned instincts. Perhaps it was the secrecy surrounding the demonstration, or the unusual timing, or simply the unnatural presence of the Indoraptor itself, a creature born not of evolution but of human ambition, pushed beyond prudent boundaries. The lights dimmed slightly as Dr. Reed led the investor group onto the primary observation deck, her voice carrying professionally across the space as she outlined what they were about to witness. "The exercise will demonstrate specimen 77CS sensory capabilities, cognitive processing, and physical attributes in a controlled scenario," she explained. "For safety, we've installed additional barriers beyond standard protocols, and Commander Vega's security team is positioned throughout the arena with non-lethal suppression equipment specifically calibrated for the Indoraptor's physiology." Vega caught Dr. Chen's eye from across the arena, noting the geneticist's unusually tense posture as he monitored something on his tablet. Following standard procedure, Vega tapped his earpiece twice, opening a private channel. "Dr. Chen, status report? You look concerned." The scientist startled slightly at the unexpected communication, glancing up to locate Vega in the dimmed arena before responding. "Just monitoring vitals," he replied, his voice carrying an undercurrent of tension that professional composure couldn't entirely mask. "The specimen is showing unusual neural patterns during pre-lease preparation." "Define unusual," Vega pressed, already mentally adjusting security positioning based on potential variables. "Focused, controlled, not the elevated aggression we typically see before release." A pause. "It's almost anticipatory. Before Vega could respond, the demonstration officially began. A low-frequency tone signaled the opening of the containment chute, and expectant silence fell over the observation deck as all eyes turned toward the reinforced doorway through which the Indoraptor would emerge. Seconds ticked by, the doorway remained empty. Containment team, status. Dr. Reed's voice carried a hint of tension as she activated her communication device. Specimen has been released from primary holding, came the response from unseen technicians. Tracking shows movement through the transfer corridor. It should be visible momentarily. More seconds passed. Vega felt the fine hairs on the back of his neck rise, a primal warning system honed through years in hostile environments. He subtly shifted his stance, hand moving closer to his sidearm. "Transfer corridor cameras," Dr. Reed demanded, irritation now evident in her tone as she gestured to a technician. The arena's main display screen activated, showing the sterile white corridor that connected the Indoraptor's holding pen to the demonstration arena. It was empty. "That's impossible," Dr. Khatri whispered, moving to stand beside Dr. Chen. "The trackers show it's in Section 3 of the transfer corridor. It should be visible on camera 4. The image on the screen flickered suddenly, static briefly disrupting the feed before it stabilized again, still showing an empty corridor. "System diagnostic," Dr. Reed ordered, professional composure slipping further. "Full facility scan, all cameras, all sectors." Vega didn't wait for the results. "Sentinel team, elevated alert," he commanded into his comm. "Possible containment breach. Confirm visual on all access points to the demonstration arena." Acknowledgements came in rapidly from his team as they verified the security of doors, ventilation systems, and observation barriers throughout the multi-level space. Everything appeared secure, yet the Indoraptor remained unaccounted for, a shadow that should have been impossible in a facility designed specifically to track and contain it. The overhead lights flickered, plunging the arena into momentary darkness before emergency systems engaged, bathing everything in a dim red glow. Startled murmurs rose from the investor group as Dr. Reed attempted to maintain control of the increasingly chaotic situation. "Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. We're experiencing a minor power fluctuation that has triggered our safety protocols. The demonstration will resume momentarily." But Vega knew better. This wasn't a minor fluctuation. This was a primary system failure, with emergency power now supplying only essential functions. And in that realization came a far more disturbing understanding. Every electronic door in the facility had just defaulted to its fail-safe status. Some had locked, others had opened. "Full facility lockdown," he ordered into his comm, no longer concerned with the investor's sensibilities. "All personnel, defensive positions, we have a Category 1 containment failure." The reaction was immediate, his team smoothly transitioning to emergency protocols, weapons raised as they secured the civilian observers. Facility staff moved with less coordination but equal urgency, gathering near exits and security stations as alarm klaxons began to sound. "That's not possible," Dr. Reed protested, though her face had drained of color. "The fail-safes are designed to prevent exactly this scenario. Even with complete power failure, the Indoraptor's enclosure would remain secure. Tell that to your missing specimen," Vega replied grimly, scanning the dimly lit arena with heightened awareness. "Dr. Chen, what are we dealing with? Capabilities, weaknesses, everything you've got right now." The geneticist stepped forward, his professional detachment finally shattered by the reality of what was unfolding. "It's faster than anything we've created before. Enhanced night vision, thermal sensing, capable of vertical leaps exceeding 15 feet, problem-solving intelligence that, he hesitated, then finished with reluctant honesty, that we may have underestimated. Weaknesses, Vega pressed, already organizing an evacuation plan in his mind. The neural inhibitor, Chen replied. Remote activation can still incapacitate it, even without main power, and it has difficulty processing multiple simultaneous threats. We designed it for focused hunting, not chaos response. Vega nodded sharply. Everyone stays together. We move as a single unit to the emergency bunker on sub-level 2. Tightest formation, civilians in the center. He turned to Dr. Reed. The neural inhibitor. How do we activate it? Central Security Station, she answered, her scientific confidence now replaced with evident fear. But if the main systems are down, then we do it manually, Vega finished. Which means someone needs to reach that station. He tapped his comm again. Rodriguez, Phillips. New assignment. Proceed to Central Security, activate the inhibitor system. The rest of the team will evacuate the civilian. Copy that, Rodriguez's voice responded. Moving now. As his team reorganized around the frightened investors and facility staff, Vega couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that they were missing something crucial. The Indoraptor's disappearance, the precise timing of the power failure during the demonstration, it suggested a level of calculated behavior that transcended even the advanced capabilities Chen had described. They had just formed up near the main exit when a blood-curdling scream echoed from the upper catwalk, followed by the distinctive sound of a body striking metal. All eyes turned upward to see Phillips hanging half over the railing, crimson spreading across his tactical vest. "Contact! Upper level!" Rodriguez's panicked voice crackled through the comm. It came from nowhere. "Phillips is down! I'm fallen!" The transmission cut off in a burst of static, followed by another impact sound, as a second body struck the catwalk. In the red emergency lighting, Vega caught only a glimpse of what happened next. A sleek, dark form vaulting over the upper railing, moving with fluid grace that belied its size. The Indoraptor landed on the middle level with barely a sound, its claws finding purchase on the metal grating with unnatural precision. "Move!" Vega shouted, urging the group toward the exit as he and his remaining team members positioned themselves between the civilians and the emerging threat. "Jackson, Walsh," covering fire. "Katsumoto, get them through that door." Non-lethal rounds erupted from his team's specialized weapons. Tranquilizer darts and electrified bolas designed to incapacitate without killing the valuable specimen. But the Indoraptor moved with uncanny anticipation, twisting away from the projectiles with serpentine flexibility, before melting back into the shadows cast by the emergency lighting. Controlled panic drove the evacuation forward. Dr. Reed and Chen herding the terrified investors toward the exit, while Vega's team maintained a defensive perimeter, weapons tracking every movement in the dimly lit arena. They had nearly reached the door when the facility's emergency lighting suddenly failed, plunging the entire space into absolute darkness. Panicked cries erupted from the civilians as Vega and his team activated their tactical lights, the narrow beams cutting through the darkness, but illuminating only small sections of the vast arena. "Night vision," Vega ordered, and his team smoothly transitioned to their equipment's enhanced visual modes, the world transforming into shades of green as light amplification technology compensated for the darkness. Through this artificial vision, Vega caught fractured glimpses of their environment. The tiered observation platforms, the now useless display screens, the open space of the demonstration floor. But of the Indoraptor, there was no sign, as if the creature had become one with the shadows themselves. It cut the backup power. Dr. Chen's voice emerged from the darkness, tight with realization. Deliberately. That's not possible, Dr. Reed protested. Even with its intelligence, it couldn't understand the facility's power distribution system. It didn't need to understand the system, Chen countered. It only needed to observe cause and effect. The emergency lights represent safety for us, which makes them a target for a predator intelligent enough to make that connection. A low, rattling hiss echoed through the darkness, a sound that raised primal fear in even the most disciplined among them. Unlike the vocalizations of natural predators, the Indoraptor's call carried unnatural harmonics, as if its hybrid creation had merged not just genes, but the hunting sounds of multiple killers into something uniquely unsettling. It's herding us, Vega realized suddenly. Rodriguez and Phillips weren't random attacks. It's systematically eliminating escape routes, forcing us toward the maintenance corridor. His tactical mind rapidly processed the implications. Because the corridor is narrow, single file, where we'd be most vulnerable. Then where do we go? One of the investors demanded, panic fraying her composure. Vega made a split-second decision. Central lab, 2 levels down, reinforced doors, independent power system for critical research functions. He turned to his team. New formation. Jackson on point, Walsh and I on rear guard. Katsumoto, keep the civilians together. Move fast but controlled. Lights discipline. Minimum illumination only when necessary. They proceeded with tense urgency, navigating by the ghostly green glow of night vision as they abandoned the demonstration arena for the adjoining research sector. The facility's architecture, once a marvel of modern design, had transformed into a labyrinth of potential ambush points, every shadow potentially concealing their hunter. The distant emergency klaxons had fallen silent, leaving only the sounds of their own movement, controlled breathing, the soft impact of tactical boots on polished floors, the occasional whimper from one of the more frightened civilians. Each noise seemed magnified in the darkness, broadcasting their position to whatever might be listening. They had reached the central stairwell when Jackson, on point position, suddenly raised a closed fist, the signal to halt immediately. The group froze, strain evident even in the disciplined postures of Vega's remaining team. Movement, Jackson whispered through the comm. Upper landing, can't confirm hostile. Vega eased forward, joining Jackson at the stairwell entrance. Through his night vision, he could make out the multiple landings above and below their position, each connecting to different research levels. The upper landing appeared empty, but as he watched, a shadow seemed to shift slightly. Subtle movement that might have been nothing more than equipment settling, or might have been something far more dangerous. Alternative route? He questioned softly. Jackson shook his head. Service elevators offline with the power failure. This stairwell or the main elevator shaft are our only options, down to the central lab. Vega weighed their increasingly limited choices. The stairwell represented a confined space with multiple approach vectors, a tactical nightmare against a predator that could move in 3 dimensions with lethal efficiency. But the alternative was remaining on the current level, where the Indoraptor had already demonstrated its ability to track and isolate targets. We proceed, he decided. Same formation. I'll take point now. Jackson, watch our 6. He turned to the civilians. Stay tight to the inner wall. One hand on the person in front of you at all times. If anyone hears or sees anything unusual, freeze. Don't run, don't scream, just stop and alert the nearest team member. With practiced silence, they began their descent, each step measured to minimize noise against the metal treads. The stairwell spiraled downward into increasing darkness, their night vision equipment providing effective but limited awareness of their surroundings. They had descended one full level when the distant clang of metal against metal echoed up from below, a sound that might have been random in an aging facility, but which every instinct told Vega was something else entirely. "It's below us," Dr. Chen whispered, his scientific detachment now completely replaced by raw fear. "Cutting off our route to the central lab." Vega quickly reassessed. "Change of plan. We exit at this level, proceed to secondary containment. The specimen transfer unit has independent power and security systems." He gestured toward the level door just steps away. "Jackson, check the corridor." Jackson eased the door open fractionally, scanning the darkened hallway beyond before nodding the all clear. One by one, they filed through the doorway into a research corridor lined with laboratories and workstations, all now dark and abandoned, in the facility-wide power failure. Vega took a moment to orient himself, mentally reviewing the facility blueprints he had memorized during mission preparation. Secondary containment is East Wing, approximately 200 meters through connecting laboratories. He gestured forward. "Stay close. Stay quiet." They moved with increased urgency now, the distant sounds from the stairwell suggesting their pursuer was ascending toward their position. The corridor stretched ahead, illuminated in the eerie green glow of their night vision as they passed darkened labs, filled with equipment that cast strange, distorted shadows. Dr. Reed suddenly touched Vega's arm, pointing toward a laboratory entrance. "Through here," she whispered. "There's a connecting passage that leads directly to secondary containment. It's shorter than following the main corridor." Vega nodded, motioning for Jackson to secure the laboratory entrance before leading the group inside. The space beyond was cluttered with research equipment, centrifuges, sequencing machines, and specialized containment units, whose purposes Vega could only guess at. More concerning were the numerous shadowed recesses and blind corners that could conceal a patient predator. "Keep moving," he urged quietly. "Dr. Reed, lead the way." They navigated through the laboratory in tense silence, weaving between workstations and equipment banks toward a door at the far end that presumably led to the connecting passage Dr. Reed had mentioned. They were halfway across the space when a soft, rattling hiss emerged from somewhere to their right. The same unnatural sound they had heard in the demonstration arena, but now much closer. "Don't move," Vega ordered, his voice barely audible as he slowly turned toward the sound. For several heartbeats, nothing moved. The laboratory remained still, a frozen tableau of fear and heightened awareness. Then, in the green-tinted vision of his tactical goggles, Vega caught movement. A shadow detaching from deeper shadows, taking form with liquid grace, as the Indoraptor emerged from its hiding place among the laboratory equipment. It moved with terrible purpose, head low, each step precisely placed to minimize sound. Its eyes reflected the invisible infrared illuminators of their night vision equipment, creating an unsettling glow that seemed to pierce directly through their technological advantages. "Back away slowly," Vega instructed the group, positioning himself between the approaching predator and the civilians. Toward the far door, no sudden movements. The Indoraptor tilted its head slightly, tracking their gradual retreat with predatory focus. It made no move to charge, instead paralleling their movement from a distance of approximately 10 meters. Close enough to strike with lightning speed if desired, yet holding back with unnerving restraint. "It's toying with us," Walsh whispered through the comm. could have attacked already. It's testing our reactions. Or herding us again, Vega countered grimly. Dr. Chen, what's beyond that connecting passage? Where exactly does it lead? The geneticist's reply was tense with realization. The auxiliary genetics lab, it's connected to secondary containment, but what? Vega pressed, never taking his eyes off the Indoraptor, which continued its patient stalking. It's where we conducted the early behavioral tests, Chen admitted. The specimen is familiar with that environment, intimately familiar. The implications were clear. They were being deliberately channeled toward territory the Indoraptor knew better than they did, where its hunting advantages would be maximized. Yet with the predator now between them and the corridor they had entered through, options were rapidly diminishing. The group had nearly reached the connecting door when the Indoraptor suddenly accelerated, not toward them but toward a parallel route among the laboratory equipment. A flanking maneuver executed with tactical precision that no natural predator should have been capable of conceptualizing. "Move!" Vega shouted, abandoning stealth as he recognized the creature's intent. "Through the door! Now!" The civilians broke into a panicked run as Walsh and Katsumoto provided covering fire, specialized tranquilizer rounds impacting around the rapidly moving Indoraptor without finding their mark. The creature's speed was astonishing. One moment visible at the edge of their night vision, the next a blur of motion, disappearing behind a bank of equipment. Vega shoved the last civilian through the connecting door before backing through himself, weapon raised as he scanned for their pursuer. "Jackson, status?" No response came through his comm, prompting a surge of cold dread. "Walsh? Visual on Jackson?" "Negative," Walsh replied tensely. "Lost sight when we reached the door." A terrible scream suddenly erupted from somewhere behind them, abruptly cut short in a way that left no doubt about Jackson's fate. The Indoraptor had claimed another victim, further thinning their defensive capabilities while demonstrating hunting prowess that seemed to border on the supernatural. The connecting passage stretched before them, a utilitarian corridor approximately 30 meters long, lined with pipes and conduits that cast complex shadows in their night vision. At the far end, a set of double doors presumably led to the auxiliary genetics lab Chen had mentioned. "Seal this door," Vega ordered, indicating the entry they had just passed through. Dr. Reed moved quickly to comply, entering a manual override code that engaged the emergency locks despite the power failure. "It won't hold for long," she admitted, "but it might buy us a few minutes." "Then we use those minutes," Vega replied. "Walsh, Katsumoto, defensive positions at the midpoint. Dr. Chen, what can you tell me about the auxiliary lab, layouts, potential escape routes, anything that might give us an advantage?" Chen nodded jerkily, the stress of their situation eroding his scientific composure. "The lab is circular, approximately 20 meters in diameter, multiple workstations arranged in concentric rings around a central testing area. 2 exits. The one we'll enter through, and another on the opposite side leading to secondary containment. Which is our goal," Vega confirmed. "Once we reach secondary containment, we can activate the emergency protocols and secure the entire section." They moved forward with renewed purpose, the narrow connecting passage forcing them into a more vulnerable single-file formation. Vega took the lead, with Walsh and Katsumoto positioned to protect the civilians clustered in the center of their group. They had nearly reached the double doors at the far end when a metallic groaning sound echoed from behind them, the reinforced door they had sealed being systematically assaulted by something with terrible strength and determination. "It's through," Walsh reported tersely, watching their rear as the sounds of tearing metal intensified. "Move," Vega urged, pushing through the double doors into the auxiliary genetics lab beyond. The The space matched Chen's description, circular with workstations arranged around a central area that contained various testing apparatus and monitoring equipment. The secondary containment entrance was visible on the far side, approximately 20 meters across open floor space. Direct route, Vega decided, no longer seeing value in caution with their pursuer so close behind. Straight across to secondary containment, Walsh, Katsumoto. Rear guard, everyone else, move now. The group surged forward, abandoning stealth for speed as they raced across the laboratory floor. They had covered perhaps half the distance when the connecting passage doors burst open behind them, metal hinges tearing free as the Indoraptor forced its way through with terrifying strength. "Go!" Vega shouted, turning to provide covering fire alongside Walsh and Katsumoto, their weapons discharged in controlled bursts, specialized tranquilizer rounds impacting around the Indoraptor as it paused momentarily in the doorway, assessing this new environment with predatory calculation. The civilians reached the secondary containment doors first, Dr. Reed frantically entering the access code, while Dr. Chen positioned himself protectively in front of the investors. The reinforced doors began to slide open with agonizing slowness, revealing the secure environment beyond. Vega maintained suppressive fire, watching through his night vision as the Indoraptor suddenly charged. Not directly at them, but in a curved path that utilized the laboratory's circular layout to approach from an unexpected angle. Its movement was fluid, each stride covering tremendous distance as it closed on their position with horrifying speed. "Inside now," Vega ordered, backing toward the partially open containment doors while continuing to fire. The narrow aperture was wide enough for humans to slip through sideways, but would temporarily block the larger Indoraptor, if they could reach it in time. The civilians squeezed through the opening one by one, followed by Dr. Chen. Dr. Reed hesitated at the threshold, turning back with unexpected courage. "Commander, there's something you should know. The neural inhibitor. It's not just remote activated. There's a manual override, a specific tonal pattern that triggers the implant directly." "How?" Vega demanded, still firing as the Indoraptor closed to within 10 meters, dodging between workstations with unnatural agility. "Ultrasonic frequency modulated pattern," she replied quickly. "The broadcast unit is there," she pointed to a small device mounted near the central testing area, "but it needs direct activation." Vega made a split-second decision. "Get inside, seal the doors once my team is through." He turned to Walsh and Katsumoto. "Fall back to containment. I'll activate the device and follow." "Sir," Walsh began to protest. "That's an order," Vega cut him off. "Go." His remaining team members retreated reluctantly, backing toward the containment doors while maintaining covering fire. Vega moved laterally, drawing the Indoraptor's attention while creating a clear path for his team's retreat. The creature tracked his movement with unsettling precision, its head pivoting smoothly to follow his trajectory while its body remained momentarily still, the predatory focus of an intelligence that understood the concept of sacrificial tactics. The moment Walsh and Katsumoto cleared the threshold, Vega changed direction, sprinting toward the central testing area where the ultrasonic device was mounted. Behind him, he heard the containment doors begin to close. Dr. Reed following his instructions to seal the section once his team was secure. The Indoraptor reacted immediately, abandoning its measured stalking for explosive acceleration. It covered the laboratory floor in great bounding strides, closing the distance with terrifying speed. Vega reached the central testing area mere seconds ahead of his pursuer, fingers finding the ultrasonic device as he spun to face the charging predator. Time seemed to compress as the Indoraptor launched itself in a final attack, claws extended, jaws open to reveal rows of serrated teeth. designed specifically for rendering flesh. In that moment of suspended animation, Vega registered details with the hyper-clarity of imminent mortality. The iridescent sheen of the creature's scales in his night vision, the muscular coiling of its hind limbs as it sailed through the air, the intelligence behind its predatory gaze that seemed to recognize its victory. His fingers found the activation sequence Dr. Reed had described, pressing the pattern with desperate precision as the Indoraptor's mass blotted out his field of vision. A high-pitched whine emanated from the device, inaudible to human ears, but evidently devastating to the approaching predator. The Indoraptor convulsed mid-leap, its coordinated attack transforming into uncontrolled spasm as the neural inhibitor activated. It crashed to the floor mere feet from Vega, its massive form skidding across the polished surface as muscles contorted in involuntary response to the ultrasonic signal. Vega didn't waste the opportunity. He bolted toward the containment doors, which had nearly completed their closing cycle. The narrow gap remaining would be tight, perhaps too tight, but represented his only chance of survival. Behind him, the Indoraptor was already fighting through the neural inhibitor's effects, its genetically enhanced physiology adapting to the stimulus more rapidly than its creators had anticipated. It regained its feet with a roar of frustrated rage, shaking its elongated head as if to clear the debilitating effects of the ultrasonic pattern. Vega reached the doors with the Indoraptor in close pursuit, turning sideways to squeeze through the narrowing gap. Claws scraped against reinforced metal as the creature lunged after him, its snout forcing into the diminishing space with terrible determination. For one heart-stopping moment, Vega found himself face to face with the Indoraptor, separated by mere inches as he struggled through the gap while the creature fought to follow. Its breath was hot against his face, pupils dilating as they fixed on him with malevolent intelligence. Then he was through, falling backward as the doors completed their closure cycle with a decisive thud, catching the Indoraptor's snout momentarily before the creature recoiled with a sharp cry of pain. A final glimpse of rage-filled eyes, then nothing but smooth metal as the containment system engaged fully, magnetic seals activating to create an impenetrable barrier between predator and prey. Vega lay on the floor of secondary containment, breathing heavily as adrenaline coursed through his system. His team helped him to his feet, professional composure mingled with evident relief at his survival. "That was too close, sir," Walsh observed quietly. "Calculated risk," Vega replied between breaths. "Neural inhibitor bought us the time we needed." He turned to Dr. Reed, who was already at the containment control station, activating emergency protocols. "Status? Secondary containment fully engaged," she confirmed, fingers moving rapidly across the backup systems. "Independent power, triple redundant security measures. We're safe here until full facility response teams arrive." Outside the sealed doors, they could hear the Indoraptor's frustrated movements, the scrape of claws against metal, the occasional impact as it tested the barriers that now contained it. Unlike its previous calculated hunting, these efforts seemed driven more by primal rage than strategic intent, as if the creature recognized that its prey had finally escaped its reach. Dr. Chen approached Vega, his scientific demeanor reasserting itself now that immediate danger had passed. "Commander, I need to apologize. I underestimated it. The intelligence, the adaptive capabilities, they exceeded all our projections. It understood power systems," Vega stated, not as a question, but as confirmation of his earlier suspicion. "It deliberately caused the outage during the demonstration." Chen nodded reluctantly. It must have observed the relationship between the control systems and the security measures during previous tests. We conducted multiple emergency drills, never considering that the subject might be learning from each one. It wasn't just learning procedures, Dr. Reed added, joining their conversation. It was studying us, our reactions, our protocols, the way we respond to threats. The implications hung heavily in the air between them. They had created something that transcended mere predatory instinct, a creature capable of not only understanding human behavior, but manipulating it to its advantage. The Indoraptor had turned their own security protocols against them, using its creator's procedures as a weapon more effectively than fang or claw. The neural inhibitor is a temporary solution, Chen continued after a moment. It was designed as an emergency measure, not long-term control. The specimen is already developing resistance. You saw how quickly it began to recover. Then we need a permanent solution, Vega replied grimly. One that ensures this never happens again. Before either scientist could respond, the containment communication system activated, indicating an incoming transmission from the facility's emergency response team. Vega moved to the console, activating the receiver. This is Commander Vega. We have civilians secure in secondary containment. 4 team members down. Hostile contained but active in the auxiliary genetics lab. Copy that, Commander, came the professional response. Primary response team is 15 minutes out. Facility power restoration underway. Hold position until... The transmission abruptly cut off, replaced by static that filled the containment area with harsh, grating noise. For a moment, Vega thought it was simply another system failure, one more technological breakdown in a night defined by them. Then he realized the static wasn't random. It contained patterns, rhythmic fluctuations that almost resembled communication. The Chen had gone deathly pale, staring at the speaker with the expression of horrified recognition. "It's mimicking," he whispered. "The Indoraptor. It's mimicking the radio transmission frequencies." "That's impossible," Dr. Reed protested. "Even with its enhanced intelligence, it couldn't possibly understand telecommunications technology, let alone replicate specific frequencies." "It doesn't need to understand the technology," Chen countered, the same argument he had made about the power systems. "It only needs to recognize patterns, cause and effect. We use these systems to communicate, which makes them important, which makes them targets." As if to validate his assessment, the static abruptly ceased, replaced by the heavy silence of complete communication failure. Outside the sealed doors, the sounds of the Indoraptor's movements had also stopped. No more testing of barriers, no more frustrated impacts. Just silence, which somehow felt more threatening than any overt aggression. "It's learning with each encounter," Vega observed quietly, adapting, evolving its tactics. He turned to the scientist, his expression grim. "And now it knows we depend on these communication systems, which means it's isolating us," Chen finished, "cutting us off from outside assistance." The realization settled over the group with chilling finality. They were secure for the moment. Secondary containment would hold against even the Indoraptor's strength. But they were also isolated, unable to coordinate with the approaching response team. And somewhere in the darkened facility, a predator with unprecedented intelligence continued to learn, to adapt, and to plan. The response team has standard operating procedures, Vega reasoned aloud. They'll still approach the facility, still follow containment protocols. We just need to hold position until they arrive. And if the Indoraptor anticipates those protocols too? Dr. Reed asked softly. If it's preparing countermeasures even now? Vega had no answer for that. Instead, he turned to his remaining team members, issuing the only orders that made sense under the circumstances. Secure the civilians, maintain defensive positions, monitor all containment systems. He paused, glancing at the sealed doors that separated them from their hunter, and be ready for anything. In the auxiliary genetics lab beyond those doors, the Indoraptor had indeed gone silent, its frenzied testing of barriers replaced by something far more concerning. Methodical examination. It moved slowly around the circular laboratory, inspecting each workstation, each piece of equipment, its predatory gaze lingering on air ducts, access panels, and structural joints with disturbing thoroughness. It was no longer simply hunting. It was analyzing, learning. The neural inhibitor had been a setback, but also a revelation. Confirmation that its creators had weaknesses, vulnerabilities that could be exploited. The containment barriers were formidable, but they existed within systems designed and operated by the same beings who had created this laboratory, this facility, and the Indoraptor itself. Systems that could be observed, understood, and eventually overcome. As emergency response teams mobilized and the Genesis facility's security protocols engaged at their highest levels, the Indoraptor continued its patient assessment. Time was a concept it understood differently than its human creators, not as a constraint, but as a resource to be utilized. The prey had temporarily escaped, but they remained within the facility, within its territory. And in the shadowed confines of the auxiliary genetics lab, surrounded by the very technology that had given it life, the Indoraptor began to prepare for the next phase of the hunt. The emergency response team arrived precisely on schedule, their specialized vehicles surrounding the Genesis facility in a coordinated perimeter that reflected extensive training for containment scenarios. Field Commander Ellis supervised deployment from the mobile command center, reviewing facility schematics and security feeds as his team prepared for entry. "Status report," he demanded, addressing the technical specialist monitoring communication systems. "Still no contact with personnel inside," the specialist replied. "All internal comms are non-responsive. We have partial access to security systems following power restoration, but coverage is spotty. Approximately 40% of cameras are operational." Ellis frowned, studying the limited visual data available. The facility's exterior appeared intact. No structural damage, no signs of catastrophic containment failure. Yet the combination of communications blackout and the emergency signal that had triggered their response suggested a significant incident in progress. "Last confirmed contact?" he inquired. "Commander Vega's team approximately 28 minutes ago," another specialist answered promptly. "They reported 4 team members down, hostile contained, civilians secure in secondary containment." Ellis nodded, decision made. "We proceed according to Protocol Sierra. Full tactical gear, non-lethal suppression equipment primary, lethal options secondary. Priority is locating and extracting facility personnel." He turned to his second in command. "Michaels, your team takes point. Establish a secure entry through the main reception area, then hold position until my team joins you." Preparations moved with practiced efficiency, each response team member checking equipment and synchronizing communications before moving toward their assigned entry points. Ellis performed a final review of their tactical approach, comparing it against what limited information they had received about the containment breach. "Sir," the communications specialist interrupted, "I'm picking up unusual interference on our secure channels, some kind of signal disruption." Ellis moved to the specialist station, examining the readouts with growing concern. "Source?" "Internal to the facility, but..." The specialist hesitated. "It's not matching any known pattern. almost like something is experimenting with our frequency ranges, testing different signals. A cold weight settled in Ellis's stomach as he considered the implications. Lock down all non-essential communications, priority channels only, maximum encryption. He turned to his team. Change of plans. We approach with additional caution. Unknown electronic countermeasures may be in play. The response team advanced toward the facility with heightened vigilance, tactical lights cutting through the darkness as they established their entry perimeter. The main doors remained sealed under emergency protocols, requiring specialized override codes from Ellis's security clearance to disengage. As the doors slid open, revealing the darkened reception area beyond, Ellis activated his tactical comm. Command to all teams, we are now on internal power and communications only. Facility electronic systems are compromised. Proceed with extreme caution. The response team moved into the facility with disciplined precision, securing the reception area before advancing toward the central research sectors where Vega's team had reported taking shelter. Their path would take them through multiple security checkpoints, research corridors, and eventually to the secondary containment area where the survivors awaited extraction. What they couldn't know, what no human in the facility fully understood, was that their every movement was being observed, analyzed, and incorporated into a predatory strategy that continued to evolve with each passing minute. In the shadows between functional security cameras, in the brief intervals between tactical reports, something waited and watched. The Indoraptor's hunt had entered a new phase, but its fundamental nature remained unchanged. It was patient, it was intelligent, and it was learning. As the response team proceeded deeper into the Genesis facility, the night's true reckoning still lay ahead. A final confrontation between humanity's technological prowess and the terrible efficiency of the predator they had created. A confrontation that would determine whether the Indoraptor remained contained, or whether the hunters would, once again, become the hunted. In the secure confines of secondary containment, Vega sensed the approaching conflict with the instinctive awareness of a seasoned tactician. They had survived the initial hunt, but something told him the night's dangers were far from over. The Indoraptor had already demonstrated capabilities beyond what its creators had anticipated. Intelligence, adaptability, and a terrifying capacity for strategic thinking. "They're coming," he murmured, more to himself than to those around him. But so is it. Outside, in the darkened corridors of the Genesis facility, the response team continued their advance, unaware that they were moving not toward a conclusion, but toward the next phase of a hunt that had only just begun. And somewhere in that darkness, patient and calculating, the Indoraptor prepared to demonstrate once more why it represented the pinnacle of predatory evolution, both natural and man-made. The night hunt continued, and would until dawn revealed the ultimate survivor of this evolutionary contest, the creators, or their creation. Our journey through the tranquil world of Jurassic Park has come to an end. As you continue to relax, you will now hear the soothing sounds of crackling fire and gentle ambient noise to accompany your rest. These calming sounds will continue throughout the night without any advertisements or interruptions, creating the perfect atmosphere for deep and peaceful sleep. Good night, dear listener. May your dreams be filled with the serene landscapes we've explored together, the misty valleys, ancient trees, and gentle dinosaurs resting beneath the starlit sky. Let the quiet harmony of Jurassic Park guide you into restful slumber until morning light.